What you're doing? Hello.
Without a doubt, you came here today to learn about
The most extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared on this planet. The dinosaurs. But today,
in contrast to those magnificent beasts, the creature we will be examining is admittedly less impressive, even puny in stature, at less than 2 meters tall. It is a paleontologist. Normally, it is elusive, but now, using the latest in streaming technology,
we can see for ourselves. Shall we?
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing.
feeding almost entirely on plants, it has no sharp claws or fearsome teeth.
There you go.
Being so preoccupied with the study of ancient life, the fossil scientist seems to exist only to dig up, examine, and discuss fossils.
This is the same dinosaur.
Although many of his kind are shy and reclusive, ours here has learned to communicate over vast distances, broadcasting his strange sounds far and wide.
Ankylosaurus and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. It is indeed true in human face bone, birds are dinosaurs.
His bizarre display is fascinating to watch.
Now this next
Creatures like this are quite rare, requiring very specific conditions to survive.
Buddy, thanks for the hydrate. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Pretty cool, right?
So that it does not die out like the fossil organisms which it studies, we must work to protect this rare and curious creature from extinction.
Well, hello everyone, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. Hang on, this is like way too bright right now. What's going on here? That's a little better. Sorry, I'm wearing a dark shirt today, and it's completely throwing off the cameras. I wanted to get started with today's stream as soon as I could. Anyway, no, not a casual Monday. Not a great day so far, MS Coggins. Yeah, I apologize for being late. My car got broken into like an hour ago. And I've had to deal with that. And the thief took my tool bag out of the back. With all of my roadside assistance gear and stuff like that. You know, my emergency flashers and flares and fire extinguisher and air compressor and pump and basically all the stuff that I use to help out other people when they're having trouble on the road. Yeah. Someone smashed the back window on my Prius, took that, and left. So I had to go take the vehicle elsewhere because I can't leave it outside my apartment, parked on the street, because somebody would be living in it within a matter of hours after the sun goes down. So anyway. But I need to get started streaming ASAP so I can help hopefully pay for, that rear window to be replaced. And Espy, thank you for helping with that. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the 10 gift subs there. Look, we're at 10 already. Thank you, Espy, very, very much. I really appreciate that. And, I don't even feel like turning around. Yeah. Anyway.
SP is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, SB. I really do appreciate that. Thank you, thank you.
A bit cheated, try blaming
And thank you, Kodali, for those 100 bits. I really appreciate that, Kodali. Thank you, thank you. So yeah, it's gonna be at least $250 to
try blaming the
replace that rear windshield. Yeah. Maximus, thank you for the 100 bits. I appreciate that. Every little bit helps, so thank you. Anyway. Yeah. And, oh, and that's cool, Dinosaur Dave. We'll take a look at that in a minute. Yeah. It's just, it's lousy to, like, feel like I need to be constantly vigilant to look after my car. And then I turn around for just, like, half an hour to go walk to the store to get some groceries. And I come back. I'm like, should I take the car? No, it's a nice day. I need the exercise. I come back and somebody's broken into it, you know? It could have been a lot worse. They could have taken a lot more stuff out. I've got lots of stuff squirreled away in various parts of that car. They only took the most obvious thing. But it's the most obvious thing because that's what's their ready access if somebody's, like, stranded on the side of the road and they need some help. It's like... So now I gotta replace all that stuff, I guess. I don't know how long that's gonna take. But yeah, Golganek, thank you for those the $10 type chat. I appreciate that, Golganek. Anyway, where are my manners? Welcome to Paleontologizing. If it is your first time here, or if it's your 600th time here, I'm glad you're here. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist.
In promoting the
Green Herring, thank you, Green Herring.
Understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
I really do appreciate that, Green Herring. Thank you for those 1,000 bits. Holy cow. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. This is literally how I make my living. So, thank you, Green Herring. Yeah. As a dinosaur paleontologist, I work on dinosaurs. I dig up dinosaurs, I study them, I publish on them in the scientific literature, and I talk about dinosaurs 5 days a week right here on Twitch. So, if you happen to have any questions about dinosaurs, about natural history, about other subjects in, you know, more broadly in science, don't hesitate with those questions. That's what these streams are all about, you know? Yeah. Anyway, yeah. HD and HB says, feel free to vent. Thank you. It's... I don't know. I don't want to have a pity party here. That's not what this is about. Thank you, so to speak.
I'm so sorry that happened, Danny. So frustrating to deal with that.
You know, it could have been a lot worse, so to speak. Thank you for the 24 months, by the way. Holy cow, do I appreciate that. They didn't take anything of great sentimental value.
One of the most remarkable animals
It's just,
that had ever existed.
you know.
And
Ominous
certainly
Jorts.
one of the most famous is a dinosaur.
Thank you, Ominous Jorts, for those 2 months of support. I really appreciate that, George. Thank you. Good stuff. Appreciate you. I knew that streaming would help me feel better about this today, too. I don't know. Sometimes it's just, you know, to be, like, preyed upon like this is never a good feeling. And to know that, like, there's no recourse for it. I can't go to the cops about this. They're not going to do anything. They've never helped me at all in the past. They only make things worse. And they waste your time in the process.
Let's protect our fossils, because
so,
if they're removed,
yeah.
America loses them forever.
And holy cow, Special Agent Fox Mulder FBI, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate that tremendously. That's the beginning of a recurring sub right there, and I really appreciate that. Thank you. Mulder, welcome to the community. Thank you for supporting science outreach here on Twitch. I really appreciate that. Yeah. And Casey Snowart, holy moly. $50 there. Holy cow. Hope your day gets better. It's already getting better, Casey Snowart. Thanks to you. Thank you. Love that you keep Go Bag to help others. That's wonderful. I mean, yeah. Here's a bit to help replace stuff. I appreciate that. $50. That's gonna go most of the way to helping me replace the compressor for the, you know, like the tire reinflation kit. Thank you, Casey Snowart. I really appreciate that. In fact, let me see if I can get that right now. Let's see.
Dinosaur man.
And thing 1 of 2, thank you for
I'm
the
back from
3
my local
months.
museum. They don't want to take point on the project because they don't have a paleontologist on staff.
Okay.
That said, they are very interested in what I have to say. The
Well,
exhibit
wow.
is due for renewal next year and they would love to display some relevant local information. They want to talk with me next week.
That is so exciting thing. Holy cow. That is really, really cool. I'm really excited for you. I sincerely hope that goes really well and you're able to work on that new exhibit. That sounds really exciting. Holy moly.
If you're feeling a bit cheap,
If there's
try
anything I
blaming
can
the
do to help,
dice.
let me know, okay?
You are awesome. Are there good target areas to find
Oh, thank you,
dinosaur
Legion.
bones, or is it just happen chance to come across them?
Ooh, that's a fantastic question, Legion. It depends where you are. There are certain, like, hotspots for dinosaur fossils. Let's talk about that in a minute. But first, let me see. Search tire. There we go. This is the one that I got before. Ooh, and it is on sale. Holy cow. I can afford this right now. Casey Snowart, I'm going to replace this right this minute.
Did you ever, though, have a moment where it was kind of heartbreaking?
No. Steely Dan,
No, glue is cheap.
thank you for the 2
T-Rex
months of
sized
support.
hugs.
I really appreciate that.
Glue is cheap.
Thank you. Here, Casey Snowart, thanks to you. And Golganek, another $10. Golganek, thank you. User sent hype chat. Did you type that message in? Or is that just what it says by default, Golganek? Thank you. Holy cow, I can get this this air pump right now. Well, here, let's get it tomorrow because I don't need overnight delivery or whatever this is, same day
If
delivery.
you're
I don't
feeling
need
a
that.
bit cheated, try blaming the dinosaurs.
I am also here to announce exciting stuff. I've been working at my volunteer site down here in Florida land, and I posted a couple of pictures in the Fossil Pics room in the Disky. If you'd like to see them, Danny.
I think that would be wonderful, Dorkalotl. Thank you so much for the 100 bits, by the way, and congratulations on more work done in Florida. Fantastic.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
And Kurgan UK, thank you for that prime there. Thank you very, very much. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Holy cow. Thank you for that support.
70-million-year-old dinosaur eggs, and they're perfectly preserved.
And Neolithic Fool,
Cool.
thank you for the 20 months of support. That is extraordinary. I really appreciate that. Thank you, Neolithic, for being a stalwart supporter of this channel. And I want to say again, Kurgan UK, thank you so much for that Prime. I know if you have Amazon Prime, that doesn't cost you anything, but it means a lot to me, so thank you for that. Thank you kindly. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Holy cow. That is excellent. It really is. Now, let's see here. Let's get that there. All right. I just ordered a new air compressor to replace the one that got stolen. So thank you, Casey Snowart. I really, really appreciate that. Fantastic. By the way, if anybody's in need of a like a portable air compressor, there we go. I'm gonna dox myself with this, right? My address anymore. Yeah, good enough. Yeah. This is a really good one. This is the same one that I just ordered through Amazon. Teromas. I've had this for years. So many times this has saved my butt. Because for whatever reason, the air pressure is low in the tires, or, you know, I run into somebody who has a flat tire and they need to get their car into the shop, but they can't make it there because the tire is currently flat. they've got a slow leak, stuff like that. So this thing is really excellent. And shoot, this saved our butts in the field this summer. I don't know how many times. At least twice. I had a slow leak in my tire at one point, and I was able to get this thing into a tire shop, or get my car into the tire shop by reinflating the tire. And when our field truck, when one of the tires started leaking because it got scratched by a sharp rock, this is what allowed us to get that back into town as well. So, butt saving is important, Ariathalium. It is important, yes. So write that name down if you know, or I don't know, find your own make and model of portable air compressor. But these things are great in a pinch. Good thing to have. Good thing to have. And Jim says, do you keep a full-size spare tire for fieldwork? I wouldn't have room for that, Jim. No. No, not for the Prius. I have this instead. Yeah. I also have roadside assistance through AAA, and that I've never had to use it yet for me, but I've slyly used it for other people. Because sometimes they don't even check. If, like, you see somebody broken down on the side of the road, sometimes, if you're sly about it, you can call up AAA and get them some help. Be like, oh yeah, you know, it's my cousin. Don't worry about it, you know? just get him in there to the, you know, to the repair place. Anyway, yeah. My cousin Tony. Yeah. Don't worry about it. And anyway, yeah. Up to 4 times. Of course, there you go, Legion, yeah. Yeah. I got a roadside assistance who can't review here. Yes, Hylocomium, yes indeed. Yeah. They don't ask questions because of the accent, yeah. Don't go stick your nose into places where it doesn't belong, you know? And Ominous George, I'd used my roadside assistance recently because my exhaust silencer fell clean off it. Yowza. Sounds a little dire. Kaya in the Sky, thank you for the 5 months of support. I appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. Aurelia Telly says, I assume he wears a mob suit when he drives, too? No, you know, just a tracksuit. Alright, Thallium. A bunch of gold rings on my fingers, you know? Yeah. Anyway. What?
Because if they're removed, America loses them.
And Evane, holy cow. Evane, did you just convert a gift sub into a recurring sub, or a prime into a recurring sub? You're continuing the... Evane, thank you, holy cow. I really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Holy moly. That helps. Thank you very much. Yeah. You want this DVD player? Fell off the back of a truck. Yeah, there you go, Steely Dan, yeah. Yeah. HD knows too, yeah. Anyway, everybody, what were we gonna talk about today? Well, shoot. Thanksgiving is coming up. And everyone knows... Well, not everyone knows. I guess that's why I'm here. Not everyone knows that your turkey is literally a dinosaur. Here in the United States, there's this, tradition. And it involves forgetting to turn on my closed captioner? That's not great. Testing, closed captioning. Dilophosaurus. Monolophosaurus. Trilophosaurus. Oh, not quite. That's okay, though. You've tried your best, closed captioner. You've tried your best, closed captioner. Whatever. Yeah, for the uninitiated, here in the United States, there is a holiday tradition around the U.S. holiday of Thanksgiving. wherein people eat a bird carcass with hopes of gaining the knowledge and wisdom of that fallen bird warrior. Don't ask me how it started, but that's how it is. A lot of people don't realize that that bird, that Thanksgiving turkey, because it is a turkey, Meleagris gallipavo is the scientific name. We'll look them up on the Tree of Life here. That creature is literally a dinosaur, as all birds are. American turkey? Wild turkey, Meleagris gallipavo. There we go. Let's zoom into the turkey. I eat so I can take a nap, says C. Zerkley. That's valid too, you know? Naps can be difficult to acquire, especially when there's family around. So, gorging yourself so you don't have to stay awake for the rest of the day? You know, whatever works. Whatever works, works. Yeah, Meleagris gallipavo. This critter is a dinosaur. And I mean that in the... I know I've been kind of facetious about some stuff so far today. I'm 1,000,000% serious about this. I made this infographic a couple years ago. Your turkey is a dinosaur, and it is literally true. Birds are living dinosaurs, as we talk about frequently on this channel. Don't just ask me, but ask any evolutionary biologist, ask any paleontologist, ask any ornithologist, bird scientist. They'll tell you the same thing. Birds are living dinosaurs. So strictly speaking, dinosaurs never went completely extinct. We still have them around today. And Thanksgiving is a wonderful opportunity to talk about that. Let me see if I can find you that old clip with, There we go. With old Bobby Bacher. There we go. Let's see. That should be right there. No thanks.
5 feet tall and 12 feet long.
There's Deinonychus there.
And merciless. It killed like a kickboxer.
Let's go right here.
With a switchblade.
Yeah.
Discovered in 1970 by paleontologist John Ostrom of Yale University. Its potential to kill was obvious, but its anatomy was even more startling.
So this is the Velociraptor from Jurassic Park, is actually Deinonychus, as we were talking about last week.
Examine one of the rare examples of Archaeopteryx. What he saw was a clear echo of Deinonychus.
Yeah. Kennedy says, if you ate Thanksgiving turkey while watching the Ravens play the Seahawks, that's a 3-dinosaur holiday? Sure. Yeah. Yeah. And if you have a hummingbird feeder outside, that'll be a maybe 4 or 5 dinosaur holiday, because there's probably at least 2 different species of hummingbirds that'll visit your feeder. Yeah.
Except for the difference in size.
And Ominous George says, so I told a friend that birds are dinosaurs, and they asked what features made birds still dinosaurs instead of dinosaurs just being distant ancestors. Ooh, Ominous George, that is a phenomenal question. And I'm really glad you brought it up. This is actually something that I realized this past Friday. I've not done a good enough job of teaching. I can't lay the blame entirely on myself because this sort of thing just isn't really taught in schools in the US very often, at least. But the way that we classify living creatures, and extinct creatures too, the way that we classify organisms is based on their ancestry. So, you know, this past Friday we had that question about mammals, and that was a little bit controversial. Let me see if I can find that. Gonna give you an exclusive behind-the-scenes look at our Who Wants to Be a Millionaire game here. The question was... Where was that? Wow, it was earlier on than I thought it was. Natural selection, Tinamous. Oh, there it is. What is the one defining characteristic of all mammals? And I had questions. A, they give birth to live young. Or answers. A, they give birth to live young. B, they are warm-blooded. C, they evolved from a mammalian ancestor. Or D, they have hair or fur. These, you know, D, B, and A are all things that are true of most mammals. The only thing that's true of all mammals is that they come from a mammalian ancestor. So the way that we classify living things is based on what they evolved from.
Simply astonishing. One of the most singular specimens I've encountered in all my
Belladon,
distinguished career.
thank you for the
Enough
follow.
about my work. What did you want to show me, Lee?
Welcome, welcome, Belladon, and thank you for the follow. That name sounds like a genus name from some sort of organism. Maybe even an extinct organism. Welcome. It's good to have you here. C, of course, was the correct answer. All mammals evolved from a mammalian ancestor. It's the same with birds. So birds evolved from a dinosaurian ancestor. So they are dinosaurs. Oh, and Belladon is a phytosaur? Oh, that's super cool, Belladon. Oh, phytosaurs aren't crocs. They're crocs... They're what Crocs copied. Well, not copied, but they're Crocs before there ever were Crocs, Belladon. Yeah, I gotta look that up. Actually, this might be a perfect example of this this phenomenon here. So this creature here, Belladon.
One of the most remarkable animals that have ever existed, and certainly one of the most famous, is a dinosaur.
Thanks
Totally
for everything
tubular.
you do. Paleo dance less than 3.
Thank you, Totally Tubular. I really appreciate that. Thank you for the 3 months of support. That's excellent. And I do appreciate it. Thank you very, very much. Yes. Belladon, I'm so glad you brought this up, because this is maybe a really good illustration of this subject I'm trying to espouse here. This is a kind of phytosaur. I guess it might only be known from teeth, but phytosaurs... Phytosaurs, despite their appearance, these are not crocodiles. And I want to emphasize that very heavily. They are not crocodiles, okay? Phytosaurs are a group of reptiles that existed before the crocodiles, and then they went extinct. They are not related to crocodiles. So, for one thing, their nostrils are in a different place. That's like a clue that they're not crocodiles. They've got different shaped, like, jaws and stuff like that. There's the nostrils there up between the eyes. And Yvain, thank you. Here, I'm gonna check on that. But keep in mind, these guys are not crocodiles. That's the whole point. Holy cow! Yvain! Yvain, thank you so much. I really deeply appreciate that. Thank you for that Ko-Fi donation there. I don't know what to say. Thank you for your generosity. Yvain says, it's really annoying when something like this happens. That, you know, like, car got its back window smashed and my tool bag stolen. I was very lucky the other day. Thank you, Yvain, for paying that forward. May you continue to be lucky, not just the other day, but most days, Yvain. Thank you, thank you. I appreciate that very deeply. Thank you kindly. That's a lot of money, and I really appreciate that of me. It makes a big difference to me. Thank you. Holy cow. And Belladon just subscribed? Holy cow.
If they're removed, America loses them forever.
You're in the right place, Belladon. Thank you so much for that tier 1 sub. I really appreciate that. Welcome, welcome. It is great to have you here. Holy cow. Here, let's continue talking about our buddies the phytosaurs. So this is a group of creatures that existed on Earth before the crocodiles. The real heyday of the phytosaurs is the Triassic period, around the time that the first dinosaurs were appearing. And these are not crocodiles. And man, look at the jaws on this one. Ooh, boy. Not a crocodile. The reason that they're not crocodiles is that they don't belong to the same branch on the reptile family tree. Oh yeah, phytosaurs like this, they were probably munching on some of the first dinosaurs, like you see here. Check that out. Yeah. So, not a crocodile. You might look at that and go, dude, that's a crocodile. It is 1000% not a crocodile. Not a crocodile, and I'll tell you why. So, phytosaurs are an extinct group of large, mostly semi-aquatic, late Triassic archosauriform reptiles. So as archosauriforms, they are related to dinosaurs and birds and crocodilians, but they're not crocodiles. They developed before crocodiles ever did. They were long-snouted and heavily armored, bearing a remarkable resemblance to modern crocodilians in size, appearance, and lifestyle, as an example of convergence or parallel evolution. And that name phytosaur means plant reptile because first fossil phytosaurs were mistakenly thought to belong to plant eaters. It's another example of, like, just because something is named a certain way doesn't mean the thing is that way, you know? So yeah. And the real reason is we should smile at it, unlike a crocodile. Never smile at a crocodile, Rosand. But these guys developed before the first crocodiles. And they basically kind of demonstrate that, like, crocodiles, the crocodile body plan is just a really, really good design. And there have been a number of different creatures that have all independently developed the same kind of body form via what we call convergent evolution. So another example is Champsosaurs. So this is also not related to crocodiles at all. It's actually much further from crocodiles than phytosaurs are. Not a crocodile. It's related to lizards and stuff like that. Order Charistidaira. Not a crocodile. Not related to crocodiles. Yeah. And even, mammals even went this route too, on their way to becoming whales. Yeah. By way of, like, Ambulocetus. Check this out. This is an ancestral whale right here. Not a crocodile, nothing like that. But it's a mammal that has evolved a similar kind of body shape. Yeah. Pretty cool, right? Yeah. Isn't that neat? So there's a legit crocodile there. I was just gonna say that. Shoot. So the cool thing about these guys is that despite the fact that they look kind of like crocodiles and they've got a similar lifestyle to crocodiles, they move in a different way, and it's because they're coming from a different place. They've evolved from a different lineage. So reptiles generally have bodies that go from side to side like this, kind of like a fish. Their spines flex from side to side like this. You know, if you look at here we go. This is a beautiful example of that. So lizards, being sauropsids, being reptiles, their spines move from side to side. But if you look at mammals like cats or dogs or cheetahs, their spines move up and down. Mammals don't go from side to side like this. They go up and down. And that's because their ancestors went up and down like this. And in paleontology and biology and science, it's all about your ancestry. You know, what you evolved from. That determines what you are. And so where were we going with this? And Hylocomium says, so whales went from land to water? Yes. 1,000,000%, yes. Here. Here we go. So this is a beautiful little illustration of the evolution of whales, and each one of these stages is represented by really impressive fossils. There's Ambulocetus, the crocodile-y looking whale that we saw earlier. Yeah, but notice how, you know, whales don't swim from side to side. Their spines don't flex that way. Because they developed from land-living mammalian ancestors. Because they evolved from something that looked, well, like this. That spine flexed vertically. Just like cheetahs, just like cats, just like dogs. Just like you and me. Whales inherited that up and down motion like that. As you'll see throughout this. Yeah. And Ominous George, thank you for reminding us. Why are birds dinosaurs and not just descended from dinosaurs? Essentially because it's the same thing, Ominous George. Whales are mammals. They're not just descended from mammals, you know? A whale like this, each one of these stages is a whale and is a mammal. You basically, here, I'll put it this way. You never escape from your ancestry. You're never not what your ancestors were. So, like, birds are dinosaurs. And dinosaurs are a kind of reptile. But birds can't be reptiles, right? No, that's wrong. Birds are reptiles too. Birds are birds. Birds are dinosaurs because they evolved from dinosaurs. Dinosaurs evolved from early reptiles, so birds are reptiles. Early reptiles evolved from early amniotes, so birds are also early amniotes. Birds are vertebrates because they evolved from vertebrate ancestors. Birds are animals because early vertebrates evolved from earlier animals. Birds are metazoans because those earlier animals evolved from metazoans. Birds are life. You know, they're living things because those metazoans evolved from earlier living things. Does that make sense? Yeah. It's almost kind of like, it's almost kind of like Russian nesting dolls. So you've got a big category, which is like life on Earth. And the smaller category, number 2, this could be multicellular life. Number 3 might be deuterostomes, animals that have a mouth or something. Number 4 might be, I don't know, vertebrates or something. That's within that category. And within that smaller category, vertebrates, you've got tetrapods that live on land. And then you've got, say, mammals within that. And then whales would be a smaller one within that. Does that make sense? I hope this is making sense. I really desperately wish that this sort of thing were properly taught in schools. But, as we've discussed many, many times before, like, there are vested interests that basically keep this out of the schools. And this is not some sort of conspiracy theory nonsense or something like that. This is... yeah. Here. Let's talk about this a little bit. This is from a wonderful documentary about a time when, like, creationists tried to have creationism taught in a public school, and there was a big court case and everything, and luckily science won the day, so it ended up being a happy story at the end. But yeah, tetrapods, which are land-living, four-legged animals, they evolved from primitive fish. We, as human beings, strictly speaking, if you go back far enough, we are fish. So Ominous George says, so as life keeps evolving, it will just get more and more categories and not escape categories. Yes. Correct, Ominous George. Correct. Yes. You can get into increasingly exclusive categories, but that doesn't mean that you've escaped from another category. We, as human beings, are still fish, in a sense, because our ancestors evolved from fish. Let's go back to our tree of life here. We'll jump from wild turkey up to Sarcopterygii, the lobe-finned fishes, including tetrapods. Yeah. There we go. So this is a huge group. Chances are most of your friends and relatives are included within this group. We are all lobe-finned fishes. One weird branch of lobe-finned fishes decided to grow limbs. Not decided to grow limbs. They were natural selection made them grow limbs like this. We call these tetrapods. This includes frogs and birds and possums and snakes and turtles and us mammals. We're all tetrapods. But we're still within this group, Dipnotetrapodomorpha. So this is the tetrapods plus the lungfish. Lungfish are another category over here. They're another group that are part of our group. Here. I wonder if I can find this. Here we go. Take a look at this. This is a beautiful little diagram right here. Chat, we've got A, the salmon right here, B, the lungfish, and C, the cow. If you have to take two of these, it's like A and C, or B and C, or B and A. Which two of these do you think are most closely related to each other? Which two are the closest relatives here?
The most extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared.
And Mr. Radagast, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Which two do you think are the most closely related here, chat? Little Pink Pony has the right idea. They say B and C only because I watch your stream. You are, I am pleased to report, correct there, Little Pink Pony. Yes, indeed. You are correct. The lungfish and the cow are more closely related to each other than the salmon is to the lungfish. And we can see that right here on our Tree of Life. Cows are here within Mammalia. They're like, you know, close to a lemur, I guess, if you look at these pictures. Lungfish are closer to a lemur or to a cow, or to us, than they are to other fishes like salmon. Let's jump to salmon over here. Salmon are going to be way over here within the ray-finned fishes. Yeah. There you go. There you go. Yeah. So, let's see. There's our lobe-finned fishes, including tetrapods. I should have had it jump to there instead of just pressing the backspace, but whatever. Yeah. So Real Sugar says, this is cool. I mean, this is one of those things that, like, doesn't get taught enough in schools. Yeah. And, lungfish because of lungs, so B and C, says Bellodon. Bingo. Yes. The thing about lungfish is they're very, very close to their descendants that have lungs. Like you and me, you know? Hylocomium says, how many species do we have now total? It depends who you ask, Hylocomium. There's lots of different estimates. Yeah. So yeah, and where's our clip here? There we go. So, primitive fish, this would be like lungfish right here. And then tetrapods, these are land-living creatures like cows or lemurs, or you and me, or dogs and cats, or lions and tigers and bears. Oh my.
Tree that leads from primitive fish to animals with 4 limbs, or tetrapods.
So for a long time, people have talked about, oh, well, there's a missing link right here between fishes and between tetrapods. And those are, without exception, every single one of those people who says that, somebody who doesn't know what they're talking about. Because we have a lot of in-betweens here. This is a really, really cool thing, and this is what a lot of people in the general public don't realize, is that we, as paleontologists, we've got those links. They're not missing links. We have them. We have the intermediates. And we're getting more and more and more with each passing year. And here's a really cool story about one here.
By finding a fossil of an animal.
And I'll turn the volume up, yeah.
Characteristics of both.
Yeah.
But after 3 summers of digging through hundreds of tons of rock in this harsh environment, they had found little of interest. They returned the next year.
It's the Futurama bit. It is a Phalilus. It is.
This was it.
Yeah.
We were told this was our last year up there. And then in 2004, in the 3rd day of the season, a colleague of mine was removing rock and discovered a little snout sticking out the side of the cliff.
Ooh, look at that beautiful snout. By the way, if any of you are on the U.S. East Coast this year, up until, like, I think May of 2024, you'll be able to go see this fossil. We'll get to that in a minute, though. Little Pink Pony says, but there are some snakes on that list of tetrapods. They don't have limbs because they later lost their limbs. The ancestral state is what matters, Little Pink Pony. It's the ancestors that matter. So lots of creatures have lost their limbs, and it doesn't matter. What matters is that their ancestors had limbs. Your ancestry is what matters if you're trying to figure out, like, what kind of critter you are. It's not so much where you're going or where you are, it's where you've been. That's why paleontology is so important, you know? Does that make sense? Yeah. Yeah. Mr. J. Glocktis says, what is your field of expertise within paleontology? Mostly, like, dinosaur functional morphology. But I'm expanding a little bit, Mr. J. Glockta. You'll see over the next couple years as I publish some more papers and stuff. But yeah, Little Pink Pony says, makes total sense. Excellent. Let's continue.
Exactly like this. And you remove more rock, and more rock, and more rock, and it became clear this was a snout of a flat-headed animal. And that's when we knew. Flat-headed animal at 375 million years old.
Where's my closed captions?
This is going to be something interesting.
They called it...
Closed caption. Go home with closed captions. You're drunk. Yeah. There were a couple of other questions that I had missed. Let me... Ominous George says, this is wild to me. I'm not very good at science. And don't say that, Ominous George. It's not that you're not good at science. It's that you have been failed. Personally, you have been failed in that you have not been taught good science. Science is not something that you're good at or bad at. It's like... Science is not a subject matter. It's not like a dusty book on a shelf somewhere. It's not even really like being good at math, necessarily. Science is it's a way of thinking about the world. It's a way of asking questions. It's a way of testing ideas. It's a way of being curious about things in an organized way. Anyone can be good at science. Like, if you can formulate questions and you can think about stuff, you can be good at science. You know? I think there are so many people around the world who think that they're bad at science, and it's just that they've never been taught science properly. And there are vested interests that want people to think that they're bad at science. They want people to misunderstand these concepts and stuff, and we'll talk about that. That's what this clip is leading up to. Yeah. Ominous George says, I'm not very good at science, but I'm a linguist.
Blaming the dinosaurs.
Very cool.
I love learning something new every day, and today is a great day for that, and keep doing you. Thank you, Sabat Cyber 30.
Thank you, Legion54. Thank you very, very much.
Living dinosaur.
I appreciate that. And that is a living dinosaur, that peafowl there. Tay Hufflepuff, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. And thank you, Legion, for those 100 bits. I appreciate that very much. I really do. Yeah. Ominous George says, I'm not very good at science, which... Don't sell yourself short, George. Short, George. I'm a linguist. This reminds me of how both English and Sanskrit are Proto-Indo-European languages, still being despite nothing like each other because they both evolved from Proto-Indo-European. You've got it. You've 1,000% you've got it, George. You understand this concept. Oh, that makes me smile. That's so good. Yeah. And Hylocomium earlier asked, is missing link a term from when we thought that everything was on a single evolutionary line rather than a branching tree metaphor? Bingo! Hylocomium, yes. Pretty much, yeah. Yeah. Very insightful question. You get it too, Hylocomium. That's excellent. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, and Smay says, did Tiktaalik live like a crocodile? It may have. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about that. And Tay Hufflepuff knows Belladon. Excellent. That's super cool. That's super cool. Yeah. Anyway. Oh, and Claire. Claire, thank you for looking out for chat and keeping us G-rated. Pope did ask an interesting question there. Do some dinosaurs eat the rear end of other dinosaurs first, like some animals do today? We see this in a lot of scavengers today. And in a lot of other animals, yes. We think that's probably the case for some of these. It's like that's the softest place to go in from the back end. And so, yeah. Yeah. But, anyway. Oh, Pope has had a few weird questions related to that. Well, I appreciate you looking out for us, Claire. Appreciate you. Yeah. Let's move on here. Yeah.
Tiktaalik, which means large freshwater fish in the language of the local Inuit people. And it's one of the most vivid transitional fossils ever discovered.
It's beautiful.
Showing how land animals evolved from primitive fish.
Over here you have a fish of about 380 million years old. And when you see just like any good fish, it has scales on its back and fins. You compare that to an amphibian, you find a creature that doesn't have scales, and it's modified the fins.
You're doing great, Claire. Thank you.
Limbs, arms and legs. And the head's very different. It has a flat head with eyes on top.
Yeah.
And neck. What we see when we look at the fossil record, at rocks of just the right age, there's a creature like Tiktaalik. Just like a fish, it has scales on its back and fins. You can see the fin webbing here. Yeah, when you look at the head, you see something very different. You see a very amphibian-like thing with a flat head, with eyes on top. It gets even better when we take the fin apart.
Oh, and by the way, before he gets to taking the fin apart here is my 3D print of that original Tiktaalik specimen, printed life-size. I still have yet to paint it, so bear with me here. But here's the skull. There's those eyes there on top. There is the snout. And then there's the shoulder blades right there. And then the backbone. It'll be much more obvious once I actually get this thing painted and smoothed and everything else. But, there is my 3D print of the original Tiktaalik specimen. Right there. Andy then did says, eyes on top is the takeaway? Well, there's other fishes that have eyes on top. Mud skippers would be a good example. And mud skippers did not give rise to tetrapods. But Tiktaalik, or its relatives, did. One of the real kickers here is the forelimbs, as Neil Shubin is about to show you. Check this out.
When you look inside the fin, as in this cast here, what you'll see it is bones that compare to our shoulder, elbow, even parts of wrist. Bones.
Yep. And holy cow, Dr. Irrefutable, thank you for those 10 gift subs there. We were talking all about Tinamou birds last week, and here's one to help celebrate the gifting of those 10 subs, those 10 lucky viewers who got a gift sub there. Look how excited this bird is. A little too excited. Uh-oh.
Dr_Irrefutable is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Holy cow, Dr. Irrefutable. Thank you. I really appreciate that. Holy moly. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Ominous Sturt says, I love that bird. Me too. Tinamous are really cool. Yeah. Sudden unplanned disassembly. There you go, Golkanek. Oh. But yeah. And Bellodon, thank you for being here. I hope to see you next time. I stream every weekday, so feel free to tune in whenever you feel like. It'd be great to have you here. I'm looking forward to seeing you next time. Yeah. Huh. And what is this clip there, Gray Fox? Science is it's a way of thinking about the world. It's a way of asking questions. It's a way of testing ideas. It's a way of being curious about. Do I sound like that? I have a stuffy nose right now. Anyone can be. Yes, I kind of do. Like DJ Interrupter. You can formulate questions, and you can think about stuff. You can be good at science. You know. I think there are so many people around the world who think that they're bad at science, and it's just that they've never been taught science properly. And I agree with that. Vested interests that want people to think that they're bad at science. They want people to misunderstand these. This guy's got a point. We'll talk about that. That's what this clip is leading up to. Science is that's beautiful. I want to download that right now. Let's feature that clip. Thank you, Gray Fox 01. Thank you very, very much. When things cool down a little bit after my move, after I move apartments, I'm gonna be posting more things to various social meteors, and clips are gonna become more important. So Gray Fox, thank you for that. That's good stuff. Thank you. It takes work to craft a good clip and to actually trim it down properly and everything. So I appreciate the thoughtfulness that went into that, Gray Fox. Thank you. Let's get back to Tiktaalik here. Check this out.
So you have a fish at just the right time in the history of life that has characteristics of amphibians and primitive fish. It's a mix.
And just as evolutionary theory predicts,
thank you, Seaside FM.
Suggests a tree of life with one.
I'm not very active on TikTok, but I will hope to become more active after my big move. I have to move to a different. My landlord is. Well, at first she said she was selling the place, and now she's not sure. Anyway, I'm moving out, and once that's done. I would like to become more active on various social medias.
Enforcer44 gifted a tier 1 sub to GreyFox01.
Enforcer, that's...
First gift sub in the channel.
What a fantastic name. I appreciate that, Enforcer. That's beautiful. Thank you for that gift sub to Grey Fox. Well deserved there. I appreciate that very much. Yeah. Cover of Atomic. What song is that, Thalo? Hang on. Atomic, Tiktaalik. Neil Shubin would love that, I'm sure, if I were to... Here. Atomic... Karaoke. By the way, for any other streamers in the audience or people who make YouTube videos or anything like that, I was gonna try and give you a tip where, like, if you want to play a song without getting copyright struck for it, find the karaoke version. But that's not working here. What's the group or the artist behind Atomic? Blondie. Okay. Blondie, Atomic. Let's try this. Oh, and let me make sure that... no, it's still picking up the same... We'll try this. You got to make sure that YouTube doesn't... Good. Yeah, their algorithm hasn't picked it up. Play. I don't know if I know this one. I know some other Blondie songs, but I'm not sure I'm familiar with this one. It's more of still get muted with karaoke versions. You got to make sure that it's not one that YouTube's algorithm picks up. That's a good litmus test. I don't know if I've ever heard this song before, but turning this into Tiktaalik instead of Atomic? Your fins are beautiful. Huh. I can see that. I can see that. Let me make a note. It could be a thing. And who was it who suggested that? I want to give them due credit. Change to Tiktaalik? Who was that? Scrolling. Wait, Real Sugar says, I got goosebumps when you said that? Said that you can be good at science? Real Sugar, you can 1,000,000% be good at science. Blondie Mega Classic, says Jerry at Rick. I'm not really familiar with that one. Yeah. Anyway, whoever suggested this, let me know who you are so I can add you to the note and give you due credit. Yeah. Anyway. Let's get back to our video here.
Species giving rise to another over...
And it was Thalo? Well, let me add that real quick. Thank you, Thalo. Thanks to... PHTHALO, Thalo 42. Good stuff. Yeah. All right.
Millions of years. The discovery of Tiktaalik was still being written up at the time of the trial, so it couldn't be used as evidence. But Shubin's colleague, paleontologist Kevin Padian, showed the judge examples of other fossils with transitional features that support Darwin's tree of life.
Oh yeah, and shoot. Thanksgiving is swiftly approaching here. Paleontologist Kevin Padian, this is, that's an actor portraying him right there. But, let's see. Paleo World Pterosaurs. Yeah, here we go. Here is paleontologist Kevin Padian. Right here. Friend of mine from Berkeley. Well-known dinosaur and pterosaur paleontologist.
First thing to know about pterosaur bones is that they have the thinnest bones of any vertebrates. This one's squashed completely flat as pancake, and it's like it was just like it was run over by an 18-wheeler sometime in the Cretaceous there in the middle of the ocean, right? And it's a very this bone comes from the upper arm like this. It's squashed completely flat. The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir in it. Well, that's what this thing is like.
Yep.
Except
yeah. That's Kevin Padian right there. So we also talked about him last week as well. Let's see. Kevin Padian. Evolution talk. Sexual selection. Natural selection. There we go. We were talking about this. If you want to understand the difference between natural selection and sexual selection.
Sexual selection. I've got a lot of stuff on. I might not get to the whole extinct part, but I want to just kind of give you a feel. For
anyway, really excellent talk. It would be great to be able to talk to him about this and a few other things. I need to reach out to Kevin and see if maybe he would want to appear on here as a guest. I was going to ask him to appear as a guest star on Paleontologizing when we were talking about the Kitzmiller versus Dover trial in September, of which he was a key witness. But that is gone. That is come and past. Come and gone, rather. Kevin Padian is also legendary among students for another thing that he would do, where, he would, I think he's retired now, but Kevin used to teach at the University of California, right here, Berkeley, Museum of Paleontology, which is where I got my start as a paleontologist. It's just down the road from me. And Kevin was kind of legendary for, if students in paleontology or in biology in general were stuck in Berkeley, and it's not a bad thing to be stuck in a beautiful place like this, but if you're away from your family for Thanksgiving, if you're stuck in Berkeley for Thanksgiving and don't have anybody to celebrate with, Kevin would have a get-together at his house, and he would invite everybody who didn't have a place to go, and they'd join him for Thanksgiving. And he would have this big thing where he would dissect a turkey. People eat turkey for Thanksgiving in the United States, unless they're vegetarian like me. And Kevin's thing is he would go through the turkey, go through each of the different bones, and he'd talk about these different features that we find in dinosaur skeletons that are also found in bird skeletons. And that shows that birds are dinosaurs. Birds evolved from dinosaurs. All these little anatomical clues point to this idea. So Kevin was legendary for doing this. And this is way back in the day, before this was even well-established science. I mean, he was kind of doing the Bob Bacher thing. Like right here.
For Bacher, the bird family tree is no mystery.
I think he was doing this before Bacher.
Cold-blooded reptiles came the first dinosaurs. Then came the fast-moving two-legged raptors. From them evolved creatures like Archaeopteryx, leading directly to modern birds. If Bacher's right, Thanksgiving will never be the same.
So this is basically what Kevin Padian was doing, too. Check this out. This is... Oh, I love this.
Okay. I love to do this. I do this every Thanksgiving. You may think that this is a turkey. This is not a turkey. This is a dinosaur. This is a raptor. And I can prove it to you. The hand of the turkey. Wonderful device. The hand of the turkey.
Ominous George says that hat. I know, it's Bacher. He always wears a hat like that. What can you say about Bacher? He's a showman, you know?
Has a thumb and two fingers stuck together. Index finger and middle finger. All attached together to make a swivel. Zink, 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 zink. No other animal alive today except birds have that kind of hand. Wiggle, wiggle, wiggle,
That's
wiggle.
true.
Wiggle, wiggle. Now, for your edification.
It's definitely character, Lenina, yeah.
A dinosaur hand, thumb, and two fingers stuck together, and a swivel joint at the top.
Were they really stuck together, though? I do wonder about that. I think they may have been a little bit more mobile than that. But yeah.
So the whole thing goes back and forth. Zink to zink to zink. That is a turkey hand. Turkey with a bad attitude, but that's a turkey hand. But wait, there's more. Here at the lower end of the shin.
I know, right? All right.
The joint for the ankle. Rolls around like that. It's a great.
Theo Bacher there.
The foot. Flexes the foot backwards. Whack, whack, whack. And right here, at the bottom of your dinosaur shin bone is the same sort of joint. No other animal, extinct or living besides birds and dinosaurs, have this wraparound ankle bone. And finally, look how wide the hip bones are. That's all four thigh muscles, all that dark meat. Look at all the dark meat over here. Look at immense. If you dissect any other kind of animal besides a bird, you don't find wide thighs. You know, birds have wide thighs.
Maybe a kangaroo. Do kangaroos have wide thighs? They probably do. Anyway.
Deinonychus has a thigh just like that. Nearly all dinosaurs do. So from shoulder to hip to knee to ankle, a turkey is a dinosaur. It is a living raptor. Do you believe that?
Well, this is back in the 90s when this was still controversial. And apparently Kevin Padian has been doing that since the 90s too. And yeah. So anyway, maybe one of these days we can bring him on. Here is the actor portraying him in the documentary here. This is not Kevin Padian. This is an actor, but you'll see the real Kevin Padian in a minute. Yeah.
Being written up at the time of the trial, so it couldn't be used as evidence. But Shubin's colleague, paleontologist Kevin Padian, showed the judge examples of other fossils with transitional features that support Darwin's tree of life.
Hey, Wales, welcome back. Good to have you here.
My testimony in the trial.
There's the real
was
Kevin.
Basically taking a day and showing the judge how we do our work and what the evidence is.
How dinosaurs evolved into birds, as seen in creatures like Archaeopteryx, which has a long tail and teeth like a dinosaur, but feathers just like a modern bird. How ancestors of modern reptiles evolved into creatures now extinct that share a common ancestor with mammals. And how surprisingly whales evolved from large land animals that returned to the water.
We were just talking about this. Holy cow, we were just talking about, whales and their evolution.
He is the most powerful
from land-living ungulate animals. Where were we? There we go.
And where the Pandas book says we can't go from A to B. There are no fossils.
Oh, the Pandas book, by the way, what Kevin Padian is mentioning here is of pandas and people. This is a creationist textbook that creationists were trying to sneak into U.S. public schools in Pennsylvania. Yeah, I don't know if I can find this in time, but comedian Lewis Black did a whole bit on this. On the Daily Show, I think it was. Way back in the day, long time ago. It used to be so easy to find this clip, and now it's like it's not anywhere. Dinosaurs, maybe? Is that the proper keyword for this? I don't know. I don't know if I'm able to find it. Shoot. Maybe some enterprising person in chat will be able to find the clip. It'll probably still have some swear words in it. But yeah. Got a lot of respect for this guy. Find what? The clip of Lewis Black? Comedian Lewis Black? L-E-W-I-S. Lewis Black. On The Daily Show talking about the book of pandas and people and creationism and this whole trial and everything else. So yeah.
There are common and
there we go.
And showing the
at the time of the trial, so it couldn't be used as evidence. But Shubin's colleague, paleontologist Kevin Padian, showed the judge examples of other fossils with transitional features that support Darwin's tree of life.
My testimony in the trial was basically taking a day and showing the judge how we do our work and what the evidence is.
Yep.
How dinosaurs evolved into birds.
Oh yeah.
As seen in creatures like Archaeopteryx, which has a long tail and teeth like a dinosaur, but feathers just like a modern bird.
And by the way, Archaeopteryx we have right here in my office. We'll be talking more about this critter this week as we get ready for Thanksgiving. There's those feathers right there. It's got that long bony tail. It's got teeth in its jaws right here. And it's got claws on its wings. We'll be talking so much more, oh so much more about Archaeopteryx later this week. So you'll be tired of this critter after a while. That's my goal, is for you to be a little bit tired of Archaeopteryx by the end of the next 2 weeks as we gear up for Thanksgiving. See, it doesn't have wide hips. I mean, it does. It's got a long ilium right there, so yeah, and the ilium, the length of the ilium basically corresponds to like how wide the thigh is. So yeah. Anyway, Archaeopteryx.
Birds, as seen in creatures like Archaeopteryx, which has a long tail and teeth like a dinosaur, but feathers just like a modern bird. How ancestors of modern reptiles
Patrick Crusader, you're right, Patrick, yeah.
into creatures now extinct that share a common ancestor with mammals.
Yep.
And how surprisingly whales...
Oh, wait, hang on. What was that?
Modern reptiles evolved into creatures now extinct that share a common ancestor with mammals.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, okay.
And how surprisingly whales evolved from large land animals.
And traveling in reverse. Holy cow. Ding, 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 ding. I think that's probably it, traveling in reverse. Oh, this is totally it. Oh, we're going to take a look at this in a minute. Yes. Thank you, traveling in reverse. I appreciate that very, very much. Here. Yes, we'll let the clip segue us into that.
Animals that returned to the water.
Yeah.
And where the pandas book says we can't go from A to B. no fossils and we don't know how to study them. Actually,
so the pandas book, what he's referring to is included within this. There may be some swear words in this, so fair warning. If you have small children watching, might want to put some earmuffs on them or something like that. But yeah, we're cutting loose just a little bit here on paleontologizing. I know we're all adults here. Well, not all of us are, Legion. There might be some you know, some children watching. But yeah. And it might help to turn the volume. Of the fittest is kind of like a dumbing down of this idea. Even people whose hearts are in the right place, like Lewis Black, still misunderstand these things because these are not concepts that are properly taught in U.S. schools. It's incredibly frustrating to somebody who studies evolution that, like, even people who are on our side still get it wrong because these things just, they're not properly taught. Yeah.
Even pretended to read it. But did you know there's an equally important body of work supporting creationism? For starters, there's this textbook,
There.
Pandas and People.
This is the book that we're talking about here. This is the one that that Kevin Padian was talking about right here.
Animals that returned to the water.
and where the pandas book says we can't go from A to B, there are no fossils and we don't know how to study them. Actually, we...
What is this? See, this is the thing, is that, like, even the people who are on our side still get things grievously wrong like this. So this is like a really bad Photoshop job. This is the skull of Sue, the Tyrannosaurus. You see it's like crushed on that side like that? This is Sue's skull. I've seen it in person. And then they've got a vertebral, like cervical vertebrae right here from something else. And I don't know. This is just, it's nonsense. It's garbage. This is really bad. Like, if you really need a... You need a stock image, it's like they're not hard to find. Just do a Google image search for Deinonychus. Deinonychus skeleton. You know? Like, not difficult to find. This is clearly a raptorial animal. This is clearly something that would love to eat you. You know, look at those teeth and those claws. So yeah. Stinky Winky says, I'm writing Lewis Black an angry email after this. He'll be like, where have you been for the last 20 years? This is probably done like 20 years ago. It's probably from 2005, actually. Around the kid. The idea. So the reason we got to this was this clip right here with Kevin Padian talking about how, as we were talking about earlier, there are vested interests that very badly want people to think that they're bad at science. They want people to misunderstand these topics. They don't want people to understand natural history. So here we go.
Animals that returned to the water.
And where the pandas book says we can't go...
Catatoon says why? We'll get to that.
...from A to B. There are no fossils and we don't know how to study them. Actually, we've gone from A to B and to C, D, E, F, and G. We have the fossils, we have the transitional features, we have the ways of analyzing them with many different lines of evidence.
Yep.
And we're looking for the picture that accounts for the most lines of objective evidence.
Yep, and so this is the thing, is that we as paleontologists and biologists and geologists and other scientists in other fields, we've been able to piece together all of these clues to show, to be able to tell this story of the history of life on Earth and back it up with actual fossils, with lines of evidence, with facts there. Like, we've got a really good idea of the history of life on Earth. Like, we actually understand this. In a true and meaningful way, we understand how these things work. It's not a mystery anymore. there are still lots of specific things that we're still figuring out. There are lots of details that are still emerging and things that we're testing, things that we're still arguing about, sometimes vehemently. But the broad strokes, we've got those. We've got those figured out. We have a really impressive understanding of the history of life on Earth. We know how living things evolved on our incredible planet. Like, and that's a source of tremendous pride to people like me, to paleontologists, that over the course of like 200 years, basically, we've been able to solve this mystery. We know how life evolved from the earliest life forms up until the present. And that is an incredible, amazing story. And yet so few people in the general public understand this. It's like the most incredible story in the history of life, and yet this idea is not making its way to students. Most people are oblivious of this, and it's wild. There's a reason for that.
With each fossil, Padian refuted Panda's claim that different life forms appear suddenly by showing how fossils of extinct organisms bridge the gaps between species.
Yep, this is a gross oversimplification. We've got a much more detailed picture of this. It's much more beautiful.
The reporters in the courtroom were just amazed that we knew all this stuff. And how come they hadn't learned about this stuff before? And the reason is, it's not in textbooks because the creationists fight so hard to keep it out. That's been a big influence.
So, yeah. Unfortunately, here in the United States, there are people who fight tooth and nail to keep these incredible discoveries, which are, like, I want to make very clear, this is not some sort of fringe thing. This is science. We, as paleontologists, as evolutionary biologists, as geologists, as cosmologists, these are things we talk about on the daily. These are things that we're always discussing and publishing papers on and making new discoveries. And the idea that that's not making its way into textbooks is extraordinarily frustrating. Most people in the U.S., when they... Say you're a child who's born in these United States, and you go to a public school, you learn reading, writing, and arithmetic, you know, the 4 R's there. 4? I was never very good at math. Anyway, you learn that stuff, and then you get into middle school, and then maybe you learn a tiny little bit about, like, natural selection, something with peppered moths or something, and then, you know, you'd have to learn about the structure of the cell, and mitochondria, and blah, 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 all this other stuff. You might never learn the single underlying principle in all of biology, which is that living things change over time. Living things have common ancestry. We all come from the same place. Not just different people, but all organisms on Earth stem from what we call Luca, the last universal common ancestor. Way back here, all of life on Earth, because it all has genetic material, we can trace it back to a common ancestor of all life. The idea that anyone can graduate from middle school or high school without having understood this idea is an absolute dereliction of duty by the educational system. It's a failure of education there. It's a way of keeping people ignorant, and so much of that is due to creationists who fight tooth and nail to keep these things out of the textbooks. So yeah. Yeah, and Catatune says, what are creationists? So creationists are basically people who believe that science cannot be trusted, that young Earth creationists in particular, young Earth creationists are people who believe that the Earth is only 6,000 years old. They believe in like a literal interpretation, very, very narrow literal interpretation of the book of Genesis in the Bible. And they think that if they can add up all of the different names in the genealogies in the Bible, then they can use those to figure out how old the Earth is, rather than using things like, you know, radiometric dating or the fossil record or something like that. Instead, their whole method of figuring out how old the Earth and the universe is by adding up some names in the Bible and like saying like, oh, this person was 90 years old when they had this child, and then, you know, and their child was 90 years old when they had this child, using that to try and, yeah, basically they adhere to this super old idea about chronology. So let's take a look at this right here. I think this video might talk a little bit about it, but this was like the default idea before we actually understood anything about geology. The original idea for how old the Earth was came from the Bible and came from people like Bishop Ussher, who is well, he was a bishop. He was an official in, I think, the Catholic or maybe the Anglican Church. I guess we'll see here. And like, it's like, oh, well, if he says that the Earth is 6,000 years old, then, well, it's got to be 6,000 years old, you know? Check it out. Yeah.
When you look at a rock, what do you see? Well, you probably see what I see. A rock. Gray, brown, maybe a few sparkles.
Here, I'll be right back.
Too exciting. But to 18th century geologist James Hutton, rocks were more than just rocks. Instead, they were the keys to Earth's history. Billions of years of stone shifting, melting, crunching, twisting, and reforming. A history that he discovered in a time when most people believed that the world was 6,000 years old. James Hutton was born in Edinburgh, Scotland, June 3rd, 1726.
One of the fathers of geology.
Studying at several universities throughout his youth. This wasn't a big deal. He had a pretty large inheritance and several farms and was able to live comfortably without
Good for
finding
him.
a specific trade.
Must be nice.
Teachers, he didn't like math very much, but he did have a strong interest in chemistry. He qualified as a doctor and wrote his medical dissertation on the circulation of blood, which he believed correctly, but for the wrong reasons, was being constantly destroyed and renewed. Eventually, Hutton decided that he didn't really want to pursue medicine. He spent some time on his farms, and then he moved back to Edinburgh in 1768 and began to develop his ideas about geology, which also involved renewal and recirculation. In Hutton's time, a lot of people believed that Earth was shaped by catastrophes, like the ones in the Bible. But Hutton thought that Earth actually went through a constant cycle of destruction and renewal. He proposed that rocks and soil are eroded and swept into the sea and then compacted into bedrock before being twisted and turned by enormous
Trappy, me too. I'm also glad Hank's doing well.
Hutton discovered evidence for it in a few different rock formations. The most famous of these discoveries was at Sicker Point, a cliff off the eastern coast of Scotland that features layers of red sandstone and greywacke, a darker type of sandstone. The layers were...
And it's actually pronounced greywacky. I'm not I'm not a very good geologist myself, but it's greywacky, not greywack.
Features layers of red sandstone and greywacke.
Yeah, greywacky is how it's pronounced by geologists.
Darker type of sandstone. The layers were sitting on top of each other, but they were also running in layers perpendicular to one another in what we now call an angular unconformity. He hypothesized that only...
Yeah, and Ominous Jorts pointing out the difference between creationists and young Earth creationists. Yeah, shoot. There's also instant creationists, too, who believe that the Earth was created instantly, like, last Thursday. There's an idea called omphalism. I think it's from omphalos, which might be the Greek or Latin word for belly button, where it's like, oh yeah, well, your belly button didn't come from you having an umbilical cord from your mother. It instead it was, just snapped into place along with everything else, like, and you can come up with some arbitrary number. You know, it was last Thursday. It was 30 seconds ago. It was whatever. And all of your memories that you have are implanted in your brain. Like, this is one of those ideas that's not scientific because you can't scientifically test it. You can always invoke magic in any circumstance and just be like, oh yeah, well, you know, it was magic that did it. But that's not a scientific idea. That's not something that we can actually test. You know, we can't hold those variables constant. So that's why we should be suspicious of those ideas, you know? So yeah. You did not know this? Yeah, Ominous Jorts. Yeah, there are people who literally believe that. Yeah. But yeah. And religious people who simply believe that God willed the natural formations of the planet to occur all those millions of years ago. Yeah, absolutely, Ominous Jorts. Old Earth creationists is what we call those people. And they're, you know, I think they're not as Looney Tunes as the young Earth creationists. Definitely not. Like, I've got respect for those people, where it's like, you've got religious beliefs that you hold to and are very meaningful to you, but you also have the utmost respect for science and reality. You know, you're not willing to pervert your religious beliefs to, like, you know, squish them into like a little box and be like, well, God had to have created the earth 6,000 years ago because he's not big enough to have created it billions of years ago or something like that. Young Earth creationism is like, it's like the worst of all worlds, where it's like extremely small-minded about science, where they just outright deny it, and then extremely narrow-minded about their own religious beliefs to the point where, like, they have to believe in things that they know deep in their hearts are false. They have to lie about those things, basically, in order to be able to like go through their daily lives and be like, oh yeah, the Earth is only 6,000 years old, you know? Science, yeah, that's a crock, you know? We don't, yeah, all those scientists, they're liars, you know? But Bishop Usher, he was, you know, he was really into it. Let's get back to Bishop Usher here.
Great amounts of time and great pressure could have offset the rocks, much longer than 6,000 years. And as we now know, of course, he was right. This feature at Sicker Point and several others around Scotland are called Hutton's Unconformed.
And where's the part about Bishop Usher? Is he not part of this? Oh, shoot. Gosh darn it. Let's see here. Oh, goodness. I don't know if we're going to be able to find a decent video on this. Anyway, there was this guy, Bishop Usher, who decided he was going to add together all of the begats in the books of Genesis and Exodus and stuff. And that's basically where young Earth creationism gets their numbers from. Is from this guy. Here, let's take a look at this. This is going to be wild.
Now, a creation date of around 4000 BC can be calculated from the chronogenealogies in Genesis 5 and Genesis 11. The precision
bits can make a wonderful difference in
and thank you, Crispy343.
understanding of fossil science here on Twitch.
Thank you, Crispy.
Thanks for defending and promoting science. Appreciate your teaching style.
I appreciate that, Crispy. I appreciate that very much, and I appreciate those 1,000 bits. Holy cow. Thank you, thank you. That is extraordinary, and I really appreciate it. That's fun. These guys got an Indiana Jones prop behind them right there. Let's see what they have to say. This might be kind of wild right here. Let's take a look.
4000 BC can be calculated from the chronogenealogies in Genesis 5 and Genesis 11. The precision
very scientific.
That date or the timing of any historical event is constrained by the precision of the data that were given, obviously.
Right. So the timing that we're given in the chronogenealogies is accurate to within 1 year of the event. For example, we know that Adam was 130 years old when he fathered Seth, but we don't know if...
Yeah, of course. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. He's wearing a suit. That's how you know, chat. That's how you know that he's correct right there, as he's wearing a business suit. Yep. Oh, boy.
If he was 130 in 3 months, or if he was just shy of 131. So to demonstrate, let's think of the event of the flood. When you add up the chronogenealogies, we know that the flood happened around 1656 a.m., which would be Anno Mundi in Latin, the year of the world, plus up to less than 10 years, right?
Right. That's because we have 10 numbers, that's the ages of 10 people that are listed there, that have less than a year of uncertainty. Right. So if all of the numbers recorded were just...
How very scientific. Holy cow. This is the extent to which young Earth creationism actually incorporates, you know, numbers into their worldview. Yeah. These guys remind me of used car salesmen, says Crispy. I mean, you know, I'm sure these are lovely people here. I'm sure they definitely do not do tax fraud. It would not say nasty things to a homeless person on the street. I'm sure they would never do anything like that. You know? I'm sure they have very, very kind things to say about LGBTQ folks and everything else. You know, I'm sure these guys are just peaches, you know? They would never, says Muso. Yeah. 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 I'm sure they've never done any form of redacted or ever committed any kind of redacted. But yeah. Yeah. Anyway, how do we actually figure out how old the Earth is? If you're wondering about that. We talked about this last week too, but we'll talk about it again. And let's do that actually after... Hang on. Claire Burr or Dorkalotl, are you still here? Claire Burr, you found some photos of... You were posting some stuff from Dorkalotl earlier, right? Sorry, I'm going to put you on the spot a little bit here, Claire. But Dorkalotl was digging up some fossils herself out in Florida. And quick on the draw there, Claire Burr. Nicely done. Yeah. Good stuff. So Dorkalotl, community member, was out in Florida digging up some stuff, and look at this lovely sandy sediment right here. Looks like a fluvial environment, I would imagine, or it could be coastal, could be beach sediments. But yeah, very nice, Claire. I'm not actually sure what I'm looking at here. I'm not used to working in Pliocene or Pleistocene sediments. But here. Florida Gomphotherium. Let's see if that yields anything. Let's see. And Murph, we haven't done Chilesaurus yet, but we can talk about it. That's a mystery critter. Chilesaurus. This might work.
Paleontologists in north central Florida are digging up something big. TV20's Emma Delamo shows us what crews found hidden underneath the earth.
This may or may not be the same site.
This plot of grass and dirt was actually once a river, and crews tell me while they have found many different turtle
That's why
fossils,
we got that sandstone
something
there.
much larger has caught their attention.
Yeah.
It's a job too big for one man to handle.
Or one person of any
A
size.
paleontologist from the Florida Museum of Natural History, volunteers, and University of Florida students are digging up something big. They've discovered fossils at the Montbrook Fossil Site in Levy County.
We have been coming across skeletons of an extinct.
Well, that's super cool, Dramingophyte. That's super. Dramingophyte, that's super, super cool. Thank you for being persistent about that find that you made. Very, very cool, Dramingophyte. Very, very cool.
Skeletons of an extinct.
And thank you, Dinosaur Dave. I appreciate that. We'll get back to cassowaries in a little bit.
And it's different from modern elephants in that it has 4 tusks, 2 upper tusks and 2 lower tusks.
And Rhynchotherium, is that Rhynchotherium like Rhynchosaur? It is. Check that out. Yeah, this is a kind of Gomphothere that lived in Florida not too long ago. Pretty neat. Yeah. That's awesome. And Dramingophyte says, if I wasn't more persistent, they tried to brush me off. I mean, I can relate to that, Dramingophyte. Understand that as paleontologists, many of us we get emails every single day from people who are like, oh, look, I found a giant snake skull. And it's like, well, that's actually a goose pelvis. Or, look, I found these dinosaur bones. Like, no, those are cow bones. Look at these dinosaur eggs I found. And then, like, no, those are river stones. I'm sorry. It happens a lot. So, I know you're not like that, Dramingophyte, but, like, you know, that's what we're used to. So we're a little bit guarded about this sort of thing, you know? Yeah. So yeah, very unique mandible there, Legion. I mean, well, very unique ad. I'm sorry you got an ad. Yeah. Well, it'll be over in 49 seconds. Yeah. But I found way more. Very cool, Dramingophyte. Very, very cool. That's awesome. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. And Condoraptor, that's a... Matt M33, that's an Oviraptor sword. No, we can cover that later today. We can do Chilesaurus, and we can do Condoraptor. Condoraptor. I get this 100 times a day. Yeah, there you go. Dramingophyte. I'm glad you get it. Yeah. Yeah. And there you go, confused again. Yes. Absolutely. And let's continue.
Block thinks these bones are 5 to 6 million years old. The crew has been working at this site for a year. They are locking the fossils up in plaster jackets.
Locking them up. It's called jacketing them. But yeah.
Before anxiously watching the fossil rise out of the hole and onto the loading truck. This is what it looks like underneath the plaster. After this, the skeletons go through a cleaning and stabilizing process before they're ready to be studied. A student with the University of Florida has always dreamed of being a paleontologist after visiting museums as a kid.
Condoraptor, I hardly know
for this opportunity to get her hands dirty.
I was just so inspired every time that I went there. Just seeing all, their Hall of Fossils is absolutely so amazing. It's so inspiring. And I kind of always loved seeing the people behind the glass, and I always wanted to talk to them, and it's like now I'm out here doing that every single day.
That's
An
awesome.
Ancient discovery uncovered after only a year of work. Reporting in Levy County, Emma Delamo, TV 20 News.
Cool stuff. Cool stuff. And that is from 5 months ago. Holy cow. That was this year. Condoraptor is a nice step up from Apartmentoraptor. Yeah. Or living in my Caroraptor, stealing down. Yeah. Know what that's like. Yeah. That ankylosaur that was jacketed and then just busted on the crane. Yeah, Phoenix Firestar. That was Borealipelta. We've watched that. That's painful footage to see. Oh boy. Speaking of stuff that's hopefully not painful footage, let's take a look at the 3D printer. We're printing the last part of our Pachycephalosaurus right now, by the way. Our Pachycephalosaurus skull is more than halfway completed. I've got one piece left that's going to go on basically like right here on the back of the skull on that side, and that is what's printing right now. So during tomorrow's stream, I think we can get this thing assembled. So yeah, Pachycephalosaurus. And Legion, we've got all kinds of 3D printed dinosaur fossil elements here on the Paleontologizing stream. This is just the latest of them. This Pachycephalosaurus. So yeah. Yeah, and Ominous Jorts, yep, yes indeed. I was able to get the printer repaired. Get it repaired. Am I a member of the professional managerial class? No, I fixed it myself. I ordered a replacement part, a new thermistor, a new heat bed thermistor, and installed it last Monday night. Got it working again. Look at it go now. Yeah. Good stuff. So yeah. Yeah. Anyway, pretty happy about that. So anyway, really excited to show you the completed Pachycephalosaurus skull once it is done. Yeah. And then we've got other exciting things to print this week too. I'm excited to get to those. This one should be done in how much time? Let me go look. Three hours, 15 minutes. It should be done. Yeah. Gonna be cool. Thank you, Ominous Jorts. I appreciate that. Yeah. Anyway. Are you planning to hire movers to transport all your prints? Movers, Steely Dan. I have worked as a mover at points in my life before. I've never hired movers, nor would I be able to afford any. I'm moving everything myself, and my dad, I think, is going to drive over and help me move stuff. He's going to bring my grandpa's pickup truck over. So that, plus my Prius, should be great for moving all these things. I'll probably put most of these prints in my Prius. And the bookcases, we're really going to need the truck for those bookcases. That's going to be the main thing that the truck will be useful for. So yeah, yeah. As a chronic mover, move yourself, says Murph. Believe me, I have. Every single time. I've never had professional movers. Maybe never will. Unless they move up a few tax brackets, who knows. Yeah. I'm going to be moving at the end of, well, a little bit into December. It'll be like around December 7th or so. Going to be Danny Anduza's big move. Moving to a new place. Excited about that. Yeah. Yeah. The idea is, when I move into the new place, all this background stuff, well, it's going to be a smaller background. Because it's going to be in a slightly smaller space. At least in terms of my office area. But the overall space is going to be a lot bigger. But the cool thing is, it's going to be modular. So you're going to see a different background every day. Different 3D prints on display. Different framed pictures. Different books on display. All that good stuff. Every day it's going to change. So I'm excited about that. Yeah. And which of my prints is my favorite? I can't show you that one, Ominous Jorts, because it's unpublished. We've got a new species of dinosaur. Not been published yet. Here, I can show you the tiniest little bit of it. Here, we'll go like this. Ready? Here. There it is right there by my pinky finger. Yeah. That's it. I'm sorry. A new kind of dinosaur that I found more than 10 years ago at this point. Hopefully it'll be published before too long. And it is kind of funny, like all dinosaurs are. Alioramus 72 million. It sounds like you're in the right place. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
Paleontologist from the Florida.
Holy cow, it is good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Holy moly. Speaking of tyrannosaurs like Alioramus, which may or may not just be a juvenile Tarbosaurus, there's a juvenile Tyrannosaurus there that I 3D printed. So there's an artist online who created that model based partly on the Chomper Rex specimen.
Catatoon gifted a tier 1 sub to Alioramus_72 million.
Thank you, Catatoon. I appreciate that very much. Good stuff. Yeah, shoot. There's my own tweet about this. Yeah, Chomper Rex, the world's smallest and youngest T-Rex. This is a 3D printed model that's created by Whitmer Lab, based on specimen MOR 6625, which I helped excavate in 2013 in Garfield County, Montana. So yeah, the world's smallest and youngest T-Rex. Information from this was used to create this 3D printed model of this critter, which stands in my office now. Yeah. Anyway, Alioramus, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. But yeah. Plant-eating bipedal marsh dweller. Yeah, there you go, Tremagnified. This is like when Bart ordered the itchy and scratchy cell and got an arm. Yeah, there you go, Pipcat. Oh, boy. Yeah. And Musa says, new species found 10 years ago and not published? Sometimes it's a lot longer than that, Musa, in between when an animal first gets dug up and when it gets published on. We were talking about Thescelosaurus last week. Yeah. So this is a really cool paper that just came out last week. That Thescelosaurus likely lived in burrows, given its interesting neuroanatomy. The shape of its brain shows its different senses, and the fact that it's consistent with burrowing, like another dinosaur, Eryctodromius, which is a close relative. Thescelosaurus itself, its full binomial is Thescelosaurus neglectus, which you can't really see there. There we go. Thescelosaurus neglectus. Thescelosaurus means marvelous or wonderful or even godlike lizard. Thescelosaurus. Neglectus means neglected or overlooked. And that is because, well, the original specimen was discovered in 1891, but the skeleton, however, remained in its shipping crates for years until Charles Gilmore of the Smithsonian had it prepared and described in a short paper in 1913. And holy cow, 1913 minus 1891 equals, that was 22 years this dinosaur sat in storage. 22 years. Sometimes that's how it goes, you know? We as paleontologists are usually overworked and underpaid. We've got so much to do with so little budget that sometimes that's just how it works, you know? Yeah. I had to wait until it could drink and then some. There you go, Dramatify. Yeah. Yeah. That's an epoch, right? Yeah, there you go, Finder Keeper. Yep. Anyway. Yeah. Good old Thessaliosaurus. Would have looked kind of like this. Lovely little animal. Well, not little. They got kind of big. Yeah, Thessaliosaurus. Beautiful critter. Gotta love them. Yeah. So anyway, it's like 15 iPhone generations. Yeah, there you go, Finder Keeper. Yeah. Yeah. So anyway, what a cute little sharp tooth, says Steely. This is a plant eater. Yeah. So Thessaliosaurus is a plant-eating dinosaur. I wonder if we can find a video. This is not one of the most well-known of dinosaurs among the general public. Well, here's a video from Fossil Crates. Let's take a look at this.
Interior of the skull was all filled up with rock, and we quit them because this thing had an intact in-place stapes, which is an ear bone. Okay. It's like a little needle on these animals, and it was in place back here.
Didn't want to touch it.
Yeah, and it got to the point where it's like the bone is delicate enough, the rock is basically what's
I'll drink the Thessaliosaurus. There you go, confused kid.
So we got it CT
Cheers.
scanned.
Yeah.
So we did a 3D scan of the outside. Then we took the CT scan.
Oh, and that was about the Chomper Rex. Oh, gotcha, Steely Dan. I'm sorry. Oh, why did I doubt you, Steely Dan? How could I? Not a smart thing to do. Appreciate you, Steely Dan.
Data.
Yeah.
We combined them in the computer, and we used a high-resolution 3D printer to make our copy that then we could mold. So this
resin copy.
Yeah, I'll show you later. We've got a 3D printer.
Look at that little critter.
Gets down to 25 micron resolution.
Oh, okay.
Little critter. This probably weighs more than I do, this animal, when it's alive. But look at those plant-eating teeth in there. Thessaliosaurus,
So
everybody.
we made a really high-resolution print, and then we molded that, and then we use a plastic resin to make our copies. So this is an example of really high-tech, high-resolution reconstruction, and we never had to touch the fossil to do it.
Wow.
Yep.
And so much, when you look at the things that were uncovered in the 1800s and the early 1900s, how much magical material was lost because they didn't know skin impressions, ear bones, and they just went
Cartilage.
through them.
We find cartilage.
That's Brian Curtis right there, right?
Articulated skulls that they just didn't collect because they were out trophy hunting.
So I did an interview with Brian Curtis a couple weekends ago for Fossil Crates for Paleoportals, excuse me. If any of you are watching and you are young, aspiring paleontologists, you're going to want to subscribe to this channel right here and learn about Paleoportals so that you can tune into those. It's like, I think 2 or 3 times a month. Brian Curtis here will interview other paleontologists like myself on his broadcast, and you can ask them questions live. It's like a Zoom. It is a Zoom call. So if you've ever wanted to participate in something like that, well, shoot. Check out this YouTube page and check out Fossil Crates and
They were in a
Paleoportals.
contest. I need something big and obvious. And now people go back and are extremely careful in comparison.
Fossil Crates, there you go. It's a cool channel. I actually haven't looked at a lot of these videos yet. And why am I not subscribed? That's an oversight. Yeah. Brian said in about maybe a year he'll post my video to the YouTube page here. But good stuff. Yeah. Anyway, I don't know how we got here, but here we are. Very cool. Ominous George has got a question. They want to know, were dinosaur fossils recognized as dinosaurs as opposed to being thought to be mythical creatures before or after Darwin's theory of evolution was published? Ominous George. That's, once again, a phenomenal question. I really appreciate that. Oh, which video do I show to discuss this topic? because it was before. It was before. Oh, here we go. Let's see. It was before. Here, check this out. I actually have to go run to the little paleontologist room. But, oh, this video's got no closed captioning. Let me find a different one. This one's higher res anyway. Good. Everybody wins. Oh, this one also doesn't have closed captioning. What's wrong with these? This one also knows closed captioning. What's wrong with this? Ugh. I want to keep things as accessible as I can. And it's tricky to do so. This one also doesn't have closed captioning. There must be something wrong with the original here. Yeah. I guess we'll just have to settle for this. Here we go.
2-year-old doctor tells the story in his diary.
Sent for to Mrs. Morris, who suffered.
This was in 1822, I believe. Darwin would publish his book on the origin of species by means of natural selection in the year 1859. So this is more than 30 years before Darwin ever published on evolution.
As much from the ague. Mrs. Mantell.
I'll be right back. Gotta go to the bathroom.
A very pleasant ride, pursuing our way through the windings of the wood. While I was attending to Mrs. Morris, my good wife descended from the chaise to take the air. Men repairing the road had left piles of rock from the nearby quarry. Mrs. Mantell, being possessed of a keen eye, for she often assists me in engraving the illustrations to my researches, was taken with something that had been exposed by the quarrymen. Having applied a plaster to Mrs. Morris, I returned to the chaise and went in search of Mrs. Mantell. I found her much excited and desirous to show what she had found.
You have discovered an animal new to science.
A pretty tale, but some fiction is mixed in with the facts. Mantell was not the only dinosaur hunter to fall in love with the romance of a time before time. But the tooth itself is no fiction.
Oh yeah.
It sits in the British Museum of Natural
Iguanodon. Oh, yeah. And there you go, Lugnudo. Yeah. Got that from the library. Very cool.
And this is it. This is one of the teeth that Mantell found, and one of the first ones that he described. If you look at the crown surface, you can see these lovely, long, smooth ridges which run down the surface of the crown. And then on the edges of the crown, these little crenellations.
Yep.
This animal was not only large and a reptile.
Pimcat says, I love how museums have those junk drawers. Pimcat, what? That's not junk. These are extremely important specimens. Wait, tape measure. Wait, what? What did I miss? No, I mean these are specimen drawers. It's not junk. Oh boy, like these are extraordinarily important well, extraordinarily important. Let's not get ahead of ourselves, but These are very early specimens. This is kind of the whole point of museums. The whole point of museums is to hold things in perpetuity. So, like, a specimen is reposited in a museum, and that's like... That is like a sacred event when that takes place, almost. Not to be too cute about it, but when a fossil specimen is reposited at a museum, that means that that museum, they have basically vowed, you know, in blood to forever hold and maintain and keep this specimen for as long as that museum's four walls still stand. The whole point of a museum is for those specimens to be held there in perpetuity so that scientists can study them for hundreds of years into the future. And so that, you know, members of the public can enjoy them if they're put on display. A museum is a... I hesitate to use the phrase, but it's almost kind of a holy place in that regard, you know? It's like a temple of human knowledge. It's special. You know what else is special? Catatoon. Holy cow. What was that right there? Holy moly. Catatoon, thank you for that donation there. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Thank you kindly. Appreciate that, Catatoon. Before I found your Twitch channel, I was learning about archaeology in details in Europe. Thanks to you, I'm hooked on paleontology as well now. Well. That makes me really happy to hear. You know, archaeologists and paleontologists, sometimes we get along really well. I wonder if I can find some photos. This past summer, we had an archaeologist on our crew in out in Wyoming. Where was she? Her name was Elena. There we go. There she is right there. There's her next to Ethan. There's Elena, the archaeologist, and Ethan, the paleontologist. And she was super cool. So, even though we study very, very different things, archaeologists study, you know, ancient human history, human artifacts. It's very human stuff. Paleontologists, we study fossils. The preserved remains of ancient living things, usually going back a whole heck of a lot earlier than archaeology. Archaeologists dig in topsoil. Paleontologists dig in rock that is usually at least several million years old. If we're averaging things out among all paleontologists around the world, you know? Sometimes paleontologists have fossils that aren't millions of years old, but most of us do. Dinosaurs, for instance, you know, if you're a dinosaur paleontologist like me, you're digging up fossils that are 66 million years old or older. So yeah. Anyway, Confused Echidna says, so if we donate to a museum, is it like tithing to a church? It should be still tax deductible in the same way, Confused Echidna. But beyond that, I don't know the similarities or differences. Because it's like a church? Oh boy. Anyway. Where were we? We were here. So, shoot, I have given so much of my blood, sweat, and tears and other various bodily secretions to museums over the course of my career because museums are like, they're the beating heart of paleontology. When I go out and I dig up fossils, you know, drive all out to these remote locations. So when I'm working in spots like this, out in the middle of Utah. Come on, YouTube. You can do it. Refresh the page. You can do it, YouTube. Maybe it can't. Maybe YouTube is broken. Sorry, everyone. YouTube. No more YouTube. YouTube is broken. Sorry. Nope. There we go. Yeah. So, I was broadcasting from the field this summer, digging out in eastern Utah with the Utah Geological Survey. And, you know, it's not easy or, you know, I've given years of my life to fieldwork like this. To dig up fossils, carefully excavate them as painstakingly as possible so that they can make their way into a museum and can be reposited for future generations, other scientists to study. The idea is when you go out and dig up a fossil like this for a museum, the idea is that that fossil will be there until long after you are dead.
And warehouse rat, well, we're not going to find any archaeological artifacts in here because we're not digging in soil, we're digging in rock here.
Oh,
so
what a fortuitous little coincidence.
40 million years old. Yeah. And we obviously are permitted and everything. We're working on BLM, Bureau of Land Management land. But yeah, the odds of finding anything, you know, any human artifacts in here are very, very small.
Audio is not great.
We left from last year, you know? Yeah.
Hey there, Phil. How's it going?
All right. I'm going to take a lunch break.
All right.
Let's see. Let me hang this up right here. And this will just be a short stream today, obviously. We're not going to be here for very long today. But I figured I'd do a...
Yeah, it was like 122 degrees or something like that this day. It was crazy, crazy hot. So we ended up ending the stream early and then going off to the Green River to go swim in the river. It was a great day.
Quick stream. And let's see. Set this up right here. Yeah. So welcome to the quarry, everybody, especially everybody who's new.
The truth is that most people want to mentor people. Yeah, like most establishment people.
I thought it was really important to show the world this is how paleontological fieldwork works. This is how it goes. This is the real deal here.
Three MTEs. Three mentees. SVP. No, I'm playing MTEs. That's cool.
Anyway, so volunteers like ourselves, because I was not getting paid to be out here except through streaming. That's how I make my living, is through here, doing broadcasts here on Twitch. That's how I get paid. This is how I put food on the table. That's how I keep myself off the streets, you know? And the majority of the people working here are also volunteers. Ethan was getting paid as an intern. Don DeBlue back here, he's the assistant state paleontologist for the state of Utah. He's getting paid. Jim is getting paid. Everyone else is a volunteer.
It's kind of part of a fulfilling...
We got a lot of folks saying, yeah, I can do a shout out for fundraising.
Oh, okay. Yeah, let's see. I'm not sure how many people we've got going right now. 39 viewers currently. It just started, but yeah. Oh, and
did not think that I was going to
Nick is here.
Be helping people with fieldwork. So
we've got Nick Oliver in chat.
He says, Big Daddy Nick.
Are there gloves in the quarry?
No.
Of course not.
Only for plastering. There were yesterday. We had some people who didn't listen.
Check out the YouTube page if you want to see our broadcast like this from this past field season.
Amazing right now. Oh man! Wow,
Yeah.
it always looks amazing. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah. And when should you use a pickaxe? We use pickaxes when we're doing what we call overburden.
There's a bug on the lens. I didn't even see
Removing the
that.
rock and stuff from the
Anyway, good stuff. These were a ton of fun. I'm really looking forward to doing more of these in the future. The reason I show you that is that all of the blood and sweat and tears and various other bodily fluids that we might lose throughout our work in the field, that's all for the purposes of putting fossils into museum drawers like this so they can be held there in perpetuity. This is like a sacred thing. This isn't like... It's as close to like a sacred rite as there is for vertebrate paleontologists. You know, it's incredibly important. Like, we would give our left arm to be able to deliver a really important specimen to a museum like this so it could end up in one of these drawers. Confused Echidna says, this is Danny's Ark of the Covenant. You know, it's more important because it's real. Yeah. So, yeah. Yeah. When did you start streaming here? In May of 2020. Tony is my baby. Yeah. Yeah, stick around. When we get a big raid, I'll play you a welcome video. I'll play a welcome video for the raiders, too. Yeah. There's David Norman.
Dr. David Norman.
And this is it. This is one of the teeth that Mantell found, and one of the first ones that he described.
So this was way back in the 1820s. Here's
discovered a
reenactment.
To science.
Yeah.
You can see these lovely, long, smooth ridges which run down the surface of the crown.
Yeah.
And then on the edges of the crown, these little crenellations.
So this is the idea, is that like when somebody like me finds a fossil in the field, very carefully collects it and also collects data on it, all this contextual information that actually makes it scientifically valuable. This will be held in the museum long after I'm dead. You know, no, like hundreds of years into the future. People might completely forget the name Danny Anduza. These Twitch streams will be a thing of the past, you know? I don't know, humanity has been replaced by hyper-intelligent birds. We have Kias and ravens running society. But there will still be a museum like this, where these fossils are still held in perpetuity, you know? That's the idea. That's what people like me live for. That's what we're doing, you know? And hopefully my name will not be forgotten, because I will have publications in the literature that people will continue to look at for hundreds of years into the future, you know? To a certain extent, like doing science, collecting specimens, putting them into museums, that is a way of achieving some small degree of immortality. And the same way that Gideon Mantell and Mary Mantell, his wife, collected these iguanodon teeth way back in the 1820s, they are still being looked at by scientists to this very day. You know, they did, as we are doing today, adding to the edifice of scientific knowledge, brick by brick by brick, little bit by little bit, until that castle one day reaches the sky, you know? That's what we're all trying to do. Yeah.
This animal was not only large and a reptile, but also a plant eater. And that's an unusual thing. At the time, no giant plant-eating reptiles were known.
There you go, confused again. I got that reference, Echidna. I got that, despite being from a video game.
Mantell was really...
Oh, and... Oh, boy. Does anybody see what I see right now? They're lurking in the background. This is actually my next planned 3D print after I finish printing this Pachycephalosaurus skull. That's right here. Does anybody see it? Does anybody recognize that in the background? Not iguanodon, Tony is my baby. Because I've already got the iguanodon. Ooh, boy, do I already have the iguanodon right here. What is that back there? On that shelf. What is this? Not books, not just books. I've got those dorky on TV. Oh, come on, somebody's got to know this. Wow, grizzly bear with mange, Emily? That's a fair guess. Yeah. Well, this is my next 3D print. This thing right here, that's got to be an original, but I'm going to be 3D printing one. Well. It's actually kind of heartwarming that nobody seems to know this. This, ladies and gents, oh, Claire Burr, you got it. You got it, Claire. Very nicely done. This is the model of Megalosaurus. Done by Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins. And this is my next print, which I'll be printing starting tonight, going into tomorrow. Maybe by the end of tomorrow's stream it'll be done. Well, no promises, we'll see. But, yeah, Megalosaurus, of course, looks nothing like this. But that's the point, is that back in the day, they had very little material of this dinosaur. Nowadays, we know it would have looked something like this. Megalosaurus, you know? A vaguely Tyrannosaurus or Allosaurus-looking animal like this, you know? But back in the day, they only had a few bones of it. And so they're trying to figure out, like, shoot, what does this animal look like? And so what they came up with was, well, was this. That's a 3D printed Megalosaurus from today next to the old model in the Crystal Palace Park, Sydenham Park in England. This is what I'm printing next. I'm going to be using this for teaching a class next month. So, does anything look like that? Dorky on TV? Not really, no. No. Not even like Gorgonopsians look like that. But anyway, I'm going to be printing this tonight when my Pachycephalosaurus skull scanned from an original, when this is done, because, you know, this half is still missing. When this is done, we'll be printing this. So I'm very excited about that. Yeah. Anyway, that is what David Norman has on the shelf back there. Yeah.
Really encouraged by the discovery of these new teeth, and it really started him looking in earnest at the quarries in the area. He discovered a whole variety of bones. He discovered bones like this, which is from the...
Link the file for the Megalosaurus. I don't know where I found that, actually, Lugnudo. Just search for it. You can find it.
Again,
you can find it.
Something very large. Other odd bones like this, which are toe bones. And then, most puzzlingly of all, he found these long pointed bones, for all the world rather like the horn on a rhinoceros.
Huh.
His problem now was to really make sense of all these. What sort of an animal did all these bones belong to?
What indeed?
Mantell, consumed by his search, spent hours at the Royal College of Surgeons in London studying specimens. And then one day, someone showed him a stuffed iguana lizard, one of the first to be imported from the West Indies.
The teeth, when Mantell looked at them, were very similar to his mystery animal. They were leaf-shaped, and they had very roughened edges, just like the roughened edges that you can see in this specimen here.
Huh.
The conclusion Mantell drew, therefore, was that he had discovered a gigantic herbivorous lizard.
Mantell was still a long way from reconstructing his animal, But then, a jumble of bones was unearthed from a quarry in Maidstone, Kent.
Yep.
Mantell made this sketch of the remains.
And by the way, do we have any UK viewers right now? Anybody from near Maidstone in Kent? Because to this very day, there is a stained glass image of this critter that you can find in Maidstone. There it is on the left, flanking this heraldry coat of arms. Iami19, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. It's good to have you here. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff.
The Maidstone specimen. It was discovered in 1834, and it was blasted out of a quarry. You can still see here the
They're ominous George. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
It was glued back together.
And Lugnudo, I think that's the one, yeah.
So what did he do? Well, he looked at this jumble of bones. He could see, for example, over here, there's a row of vertebrae from the backbone. If you look at the center of the slab, you can see that there are these long brown bones here.
Yep, those are the femurs.
These are evidently leg bones of one sort or another. And yet,
I can't tell
up here, there's a scattering of toe bones. So you've clearly got a real jigsaw puzzle. And he was presented with this problem. How did this puzzle actually fit together?
And Seafrog says, I grew up around 30 miles from Maidstone. That's really close. Holy cow. Very, very cool. Yeah. It was around your area where you grew up, Seafrog, that dinosaur science came into existence. Dinosaur paleontology was born in southern England. So you should have a great deal of pride in that. It's pretty cool stuff. It's pretty cool stuff. It's where dinosaur science got its start.
Once again, it was a tooth that gave Mantell the clue he needed.
On the inside of this surface, you can see a series of quite broad ridges running down the surface of the tooth. And then right along this edge, there's some very, very fine ridges. And they're absolutely characteristic of an iguana lizard. By the mid-1830s, Mantell had accumulated enough evidence in the form of teeth, bones, and pieces
runners
to be able to attempt what you see here, which is the first ever
propelled
reconstruction of
grenades.
one
I
of
don't
these
understand
extinct
Volganite.
giant reptiles. If you look very carefully at the diagram, there are one or two interesting features that you can see. In the backbone, there are groups of 4 vertebrae, and they're just like the ones that you can see on the mantelpiece. In addition, on the front of the head, there's this tiny conical spike.
Which to Mantell looked much like the spike on an iguana lizard.
Yep, but...
Very interestingly, he's got the horn on the end of the nose.
Yep.
He then said, this is a giant extinct relative of the living iguana, and therefore he gave it a very appropriate name. He called it iguanodon, which means literally iguana tooth.
Yep.
The iguanodon became Mantell's obsession to the exclusion of all else.
Including his
Mary
wife.
and Mantell took their only daughter and left him.
Yep.
At the end of his life, bankrupt, bereft, sick, Mantell...
Apparently he dealt with like serious mental health issues and stuff like that. To the extent that we can really tell these things about people who lived so long ago. Yeah. Gideon Mantell's story does not have a happy ending.
Mantell sold his entire collection of bones to the British Museum.
Yeah. Or at least they're held there today.
After Mrs. Mantell's discovery in Tilgate Forest, the fossil creatures were finally given a collective name by this man, British paleontologist Sir Richard
Owen. Yeah, so this was in 1842. So this would be a full 17 years before Darwin published his book On the Origin of Species by Means of Natural Selection. So to answer your question, Ominous George, yes. Still before Darwin, absolutely, Ominous George, yeah. We knew about dinosaurs before old Chucky D ever published his his theory of, well, he used to call it descent with modification. The interesting thing is, Darwin doesn't use the word evolution in his book on the origin of species. He didn't call it evolution. He called it descent with modification, which is maybe a better, you know, it explains the idea in greater detail than the word evolution does. Because it's descent, it's like generation by generation, creatures descend, you know? They have descendants, and they're modified. It's descent with modification. Descendants are modified. Descent with modification. Get it? In some ways, I actually like that term a lot better than evolution. Because it kind of says what it is better, you know? You're right, that is better, says Tony is my baby. I know, right? Yeah, yeah. So anyway, old Richard Owen published the name dinosaur in 1842. Chucky D, Charlie Darwin, he was aware of dinosaurs, yeah. Yeah, but he was doing other stuff at the time.
Owen was already famous for piecing together a giant extinct bird, a moa,
And there you go,
from
HD,
just
yeah.
one fragment of leg bone.
Yeah.
Then in 1841, he wrote a long and learned report.
And at the end, he put in some more speculative remarks. And among these, he claimed that certain fossil reptiles that had been discovered in the years before this time were quite unlike any living reptile, so much unlike that they deserve to have a major group named for them. And
What do you think he called this group, chat? What do you think he called this group? And Catatoon says, descent with modification is actually how we learned it in school. That's actually a really excellent way to teach that, Catatoon. You're very lucky that you learned it that way, because that's... Mwah. That's beautiful. That's the way it should be done. Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, and Musa, the woman's voice, the way she speaks, reminds me of Liara in Mass Effect. This narrator for this is from PBS The Dinosaurs, Episode 1, The Monsters Emerge. Somebody can look it up on IMDb, maybe, and figure out who the narrator is, but somebody in chat, I think, was saying that she's appeared in a video game or a TV show or something like that. Yeah. Anyway, what did Owen call these critters?
they deserve to have a major group named for them, and he promptly named them dinosaurs. Dinosauria in the
Dinosauria.
Which means
Dinosauria.
form, terrible lizards. Here they are. As
There you go,
conceived by
Gamers Tavern
British
Show. Yeah.
sculptor Waterhouse
Okay.
Hawkins.
There's the Megalosaurus there, like we'll be printing tomorrow. Yes, indeed.
Hawkins heard about Owen's dinosaurs while he was working on designs for the famous Crystal Palace exhibition in London that had been built to celebrate the brilliant achievements of modern man.
Bad PR from the start. There you go, Finder Keeper. Yeah.
The Great Exhibition of 18...
Although the word terrible in that sense is not terrible like lousy or bad or poor quality or anything like that. It's terrible like great and terrible, like fearsome, like formidable, awesome power, you know? Awesome power. That's what the terrible means in Terrible Lizard. You know, like Oz the Great and Terrible, you know? Terrifying, says Lauren. Maybe, yeah. Some multiple meanings, yeah. It's interesting stuff, you know, the way that words kind of change their word meanings get changed over time. Today, terrible has got a much more negative connotation. Back in Victorian times, around the time of the Crystal Palace, which I wish it were still around too, Lugnudo. Yeah. Terrible meant awesome, awe-inspiring, great and terrible, you know? Like, yeah, it had a less negative connotation.
1951 was the first big exhibition of its kind in the world. It was housed in a spectacular piece of architecture, an enormous building completely made of glass and steel.
And there you go, Tony. It's maybe beautiful quotation there. Yes.
Vision of these terrible lizards and seizing the opportunity offered by the...
And actually, Catatoon, that's a brilliant... Look at our Megalosaurus here. The old rendition of Megalosaurus. But yes, Catatoon, that is a brilliant insight you've had there. Yes. Terrible and terrific. These are words that share the same root there. Terrible, which today has kind of a negative connotation. Terrific has a positive connotation. It's essentially like the same word, you know? So you could have thought of them as terrific lizards. I've actually never made that connection before, and I really like that, Catatoon. Dinosaurs, the terrific lizards. They're mind-blowing. They're astonishing. They're terrific, like Citizen Kane. It's terrific. Yeah. It's terrific. Orson Welles, dinosaurs. Yeah. So yeah, got it. Terabyte. That might be it might be the same root word or it might be different. I'm not sure, Finder Keeper. Yeah. And I'm doing well, Sacred Baggins. How are you doing? Yeah, good to have you here. Yeah. Let's continue.
The exhibition, Hawkins contacted Owen, and together they designed a fossil zoo based on Waterhouse Hawkins' sketches to be housed on the grounds of the Crystal Palace.
And this is super, super cool. I actually just got a book about this weekend, and I'm excited to share that with you after the move. We are going to be having a huge stream about this on New Year's Eve, because this New Year's Eve happens to be the 170th anniversary of a very special event here, whose invitation you see on the screen right now. I think our narrator is probably going to talk about this presently.
In 1853, the zoo was complete enough for Owen to host a dinner party inside a half-finished iguanodon.
New Year's Eve, 1853. This year is 2023. How time flies. It is the 170th anniversary of this very special event.
The following year, 1854.
And then she just glossed over it. Here. Dinner in the Iguanodon. Here we go. With closed captions.
Owen hired the leading sculptor of the day, Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins, to bring dinosaurs to life. From the fragmentary evidence, Hawkins built models that thrilled Victorian England.
And there you go, Gamers Tavern Show. I'm glad you heard about that. Yeah.
Crystal Palace in London. It was the first dinosaur theme park ever built, and it still attracts the public today.
It does. Welcome back, Codmos. Good to see you.
Ever the publicist, Owen celebrated the achievement by hosting the most bizarre dinner party ever held. On New Year's Eve, 1854, he invited the leading scientists of the day to wine and dine in the belly of Hawkins' still unfinished model of Iguanodon.
Yep.
Through an alcoholic haze, the world's most eminent scholars could now picture prehistory in all its terrifying glory.
there's the Megalosaurus, Hyleosaurus here. Iguanodon there, Hyleosaurus again. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah. Good stuff.
The exhibit was opened, and 40,000 people attended on the first day.
Yeah, so anyway, on New Year's Eve this year, we're going to have a big old stream, and we're going to be talking all about this stuff. We're going to be recounting the history of the Crystal Palace Park dinosaurs, and you're not going to want to miss it. So look forward to that. I'm excited about this. And we'll have the Megalosaurus maquette printed as well. Excited about that. What kind of wonder what alcohol they had? They had a lot of wine, Cotmos. A lot of wine. Apparently. Yeah. Yeah.
So altogether, this made a complete, very spectacular and complete age of reptiles, which seemed to have preceded the age of mammals, and which in turn had preceded the age of man.
There's our Megalosaurus there, Iguanodon.
The animals still stand there as Owen and Hawkins envisioned them.
Plesiosaurus and Ichthyosaurus there. You can still see those to this very day. Yeah. In fact, there is even a video by
I'm in Crystal.
Here's an up-and-coming YouTuber. I think this kid's gonna go far with his red shirt there. His name is Thomas Scott. Huh. But he's got a little video about this. Check it out.
I'm in Crystal Palace Park in South London, and there are dinosaurs. Models of dinosaurs, anyway, and inaccurate models at that. But that's because they're more than 150 years old.
Yep.
These were the first ever life-size models of extinct creatures built for the gardens of the enormous Crystal Palace that used to stand on top of a hill over there. They were made by the wonderfully named Benjamin Waterhouse Hawkins. We now know
I'll be right back.
Utterly wrong in many significant ways, but at the time, they were a marvel. Look at what once walked the earth. Now, in England, there is a list of buildings that have special protection under the law. Buildings on that list are called listed buildings, because they're on the list of buildings. And this country is full of them. Historic England, the not-quite government organisation that manages the list, says there's about 500,000 buildings on it. Most of those are only Grade 2 listed, which means they've got to be kept mostly intact, and any changes need a really good reason behind them. But more than 10,000 places are Grade 1 listed, which means they must be preserved. Pretty much anything that was built more than 200 years ago and is still standing is on the list. But there are some more modern things too, including these dinosaurs.
Oh yeah. Those are not dinosaurs. No, not one of those that you see in frame is a dinosaur. We've got an ichthyosaur right here. We've got a plesiosaur. We've got a labyrinthodont. Another labyrinthodont. Another labyrinthodont. Probably another labyrinthodont. These are all from... Well, actually, no, you can kind of see the back of the Megalosaurus right here. So I guess you can see a dinosaur. But yeah, these are not dinosaurs here.
Grade 1 listed dinosaurs. Can't be changed, moved or demolished, have to be kept in good condition.
Not dinosaurs, those are mammals there. These are from the tertiary island.
And they can't be updated to reflect what modern paleontologists now know, because that would involve changing them and destroying not a dinosaur display, but a display about what we once thought.
There's a dinosaur. Do you see the dinosaur, chat? No, it's not right here. This is the dinosaur right here. There's a bird walking in frame. That is literally a dinosaur. This, I think, is supposed to be the Mosasaurus over here, which is an ancient lizard. You know? Yeah.
Dinosaurs looked like. Something that's notable not because of what it represents in itself, but because of the history in the sculptures. These dinosaurs must, by law, remain inaccurate. because the story they tell isn't about prehistoric times, it's about science just 150 years ago.
170 years ago now. Holy cow, he did this video 20 years ago? Holy moly. But good stuff. Let me give you a link to this. I think this, this kid, he's going to go far. Thomas Scoot. Old Tommy Scoot. Scott. Tom Scott. He's got 6.18 subscribers. Good for him. Sorry, that's 6.18 million subscribers. That's, okay, that's a lot more than me. Good for him. Yeah. Anyway. And that was a duck, Ominous George, yes, that you saw earlier. Mosasaurus should part the Red Sea. Well, it's named after the Meuse River in the Netherlands. Godmos. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. We're going to be talking all about these critters on New Year's Eve. There's our labyrinthodont, another labyrinthodont. Megalosaurus right there. Iguanodon.
But
another well, there's the Megalosaurus again.
This? Planted squarely on 4 feet like bovine armored tanks?
No, they didn't look like that. They looked very different. What's a young Peter Look how young Peter Dodson is. Holy cow. What's he gonna say?
The first answers came from the other side of the Atlantic. Peter Dodson is professor of paleontology at the University of Pennsylvania.
These goings-on in Britain were...
And Ominous George says it's fascinating to me that paleontology is old enough as a discipline to have its own history. I mean, most sciences do, Ominous George. Paleontology is actually a fairly young science. It's older than, say, like subatomic physics or something like that. Like, we have known for a longer amount of time that atoms exist and have different component parts. Like, this has been a part of science for longer than we've known about the idea of extinction. Like, scientists have grappled with the structure of the atom for longer than they've struggled with the idea of extinction, you know? Paleontology is a fairly new science in that regard. I know when you think of paleontology, you might think of things that are old because, paleontology, the study of ancient forms, paleontology. But it's actually a pretty recent science. And I don't know, more so than a lot of other sciences, paleontology has expanded and moved forward by leaps and bounds since its inception. It's pretty incredible what we've learned about the history of life on Earth through the study of fossils. Sometimes people say that physics today is in kind of a doldrums. It's kind of run out of steam a little bit. You have things like string theory, which nobody's been able to actually demonstrate empirically so far. People talk about string theory, maybe kind of heralding physics transformation from one of the sciences into more of like a philosophical sort of discipline, where it's no longer really bounded by empirical study. It is more of like a mathematical or philosophical kind of discipline. Maybe physics is kind of moving out of the sciences, more into like philosophy or something like that. Whereas, holy cow, paleontology has been steaming full speed ahead with new methods that we've discovered, new fossils, new ways of thinking about things. It's pretty extraordinary. So yeah. And Babbage and Ada Lovelace was the 1840s. The neurons in deep learning have had their roots in the 1920s. That's a century ago. I know, right, Surroundland? Yeah. Yeah. So anyway. Yeah. And Finder Keeper, that's an interesting... Yeah, the history of astronomy, very interesting stuff. I don't know enough about it to really speak intelligently on that, but cool stuff, right? Yeah. Yeah.
We're all very well and good, but it took discoveries here in America to really advance the science of paleontology.
Yep.
This is the very first American dinosaur discovery. This tooth was...
Gamers Tavern Show says, not really. That's what CERN at the subatomic level and NASA, ESA at the astronomical level are trying to find evidence for. You're right, Gamers Tavern Show. You're right. I'm not going to argue with that. String theory, though, we're still not totally sure if that's legit science or if it's... Mathematically, it seems to check out from what I understand, not being a physicist. But, like, where's string theory going to go? Shoot. Is that going to delve into the realm of philosophy and kind of... Is that really a science? Is it empirical? I don't know. Yeah. Codmo says, if Danny uncovered the skeleton of a European dragon and it was reptile-scaled, new reptile group, I mean, I don't even know where to start on that, Codmos. Shoot, if I found a fossil leprechaun, would that be a hominid, or would it be some other group of mammal, or would it be something like... I can't comment on that. Hypotheticals are... You know, like Kenneth Parcell said on 30 Rock that one time. I don't do hypotheticals. It's like lying to your brain. You know? So I don't know where to go with that, Cosmos. Yeah. 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 Anyway, let's continue.
Tantalizing rather than informative. The most exciting dinosaur discovery was the discovery of this skeleton in New Jersey, in Haddonfield, New Jersey.
Yep.
These bones were sent to Professor Leidy at the Academy of Natural Sciences in Philadelphia. Leidy was a brilliant paleontologist and anatomist. He named the skeleton Hadrosaurus. This was the first duck-billed dinosaur.
Yep.
In studying this skeleton, he realized that the thigh bone was very big and heavy, just what you would expect from an animal that weighed as much as an elephant.
That's why he named it Hadrosaurus, which means, say it with me, big lizard. Oh, how easy it was to name things back then before we had so many different names. Like, nowadays, you've got to be really choosy about what you name your critters. But back then, you could be like, well, it's big. Look at that. Look at that thigh bone. It's big. It's a big saurian, you know, big lizard, Hadrosaurus. Yeah.
But the bones of the forelimb, the front leg, were very light.
Thank you for the hydrate, Emily. Cheers.
Slender. This was not an animal which could have walked on all fours. It could not have supported its weight on its front legs.
And thus was born the concept of the upright, two-legged dinosaur.
So Hadrosaurus was the first ever dinosaur to have a mounted skeleton of it made. And if you've ever gone to a museum and seen a mounted dinosaur skeleton, a skeleton of a dinosaur standing up, that first started with Hadrosaurus in New Jersey back in the late 1800s. Rio Grande, yeah, Big River. There you go, Golganak, yeah.
Galumphing quadrupeds.
Yeah.
In 1868, Hadrosaurus...
And Jerminga Fight says, I love hypotheticals because it helps you understand people who don't understand better. I mean, yeah, I agree. But like, if we're talking about hypothetical discoveries of the fossil remains of mythical animals, it's like, I don't know where to go with that, you know? Yeah. You can call me when it happens, you know? Like Bigfoot or anything else. It's like, well, shoot, a giant North American forest ape that somehow managed to escape the attention of scientists for 200 years plus. Like, it's fun to speculate about these things, maybe, but, like, you know, call me when we have some solid evidence, you know?
This was mounted in Philadelphia. It was the first time a dinosaur skeleton had been mounted anywhere in the world.
Yep.
Joseph Lively, using only a few scattered pieces of bone, had constructed something that did not appear in the menagerie of four-footed behemoths at the Crystal Palace.
Oh, yeah.
A dinosaur that went around on two legs.
And this is a really interesting point that that Ominous Jorts makes. You turn them up on two legs and it starts looking way more bird-like immediately, and I would agree. I mean, birds today do not walk on all fours. They walk on two legs, and they fly through the air. It was around this time that certain paleontologists started to recognize this, and that's a beautiful segue there, actually. Let's run with that. Check this out. I'm going to show you an old documentary from the year I was born. Of course, I'm kidding. I'm 21 years old as a Twitch streamer and single. Like all Twitch streamers are 21 and single, you know? Please keep the ad revenue coming or whatever, you know? Yeah. Anyway, I wasn't born in 1991. This documentary came out in that year, long before I was born. Take a look. This is about...
Tonight on Nova, are dinosaurs still among us?
The simplest interpretation has always been that birds are dinosaurs.
There you go, Little Pig Pony. Yeah, yeah.
But scientists sifting through the evidence don't always agree on where the clues lead.
Then they're going to have to explain how you can originate birds from dinosaurs, which apparently can't get up in trees.
Oh, I love this. So this is from 1991. This is 2 years before Jurassic Park came out. This is at a time when maybe half of dinosaur paleontologists has accepted the idea that yeah, birds are probably dinosaurs. They probably evolved from two-legged carnivorous theropod dinosaurs who had feathers. But this was still a controversial idea at the time. Today, this is not controversial. I want to hammer this point home. Today, we know beyond a shadow of a doubt, basically, that birds are living dinosaurs. They evolved from small, two-legged, feathered dinosaurs, we call Maniraptoran theropods, similar to like Troodon or Velociraptor. Very, very similar to birds. In fact, both of those dinosaurs would have had full coatings of feathers. All that good stuff. This is not in dispute nowadays. You talk to any paleontologist, any evolutionary biologist, any ornithologist, bird scientist, they'll tell you the same thing. Birds are living dinosaurs. This is true in 2023. Today, as science marches forward and new evidence is presented and everything, it's inarguable today. We've got mountains of evidence that this is the case. Back in 1991, that wasn't true yet. And so this is going to be really interesting to watch, I think. Yeah. Cosmos says, with how much we are still discovering in the world, I don't doubt the chance that a non-avian dinosaur still exists out there. I mean, I doubt it 99.9999999 repeating percent, Cosmos. Because if it were out there, we would have found it by now. I mean, the world is pretty well explored at this point. If there were a non-avian dinosaur, a non-bird dinosaur still around in the world somewhere, we would have found it at this point. Major discoveries of like new groups of living things just don't really occur anymore. If we find new species, it'll be, here's a species of bird that we didn't realize was a separate species from one that looks identical to it. Or like, here's a species of, you know, mammal that we always thought was, you know, we thought this was the same species of a species of antelope that had already been discovered. Stuff like that, you know? To have like a sauropod dinosaur walking around and not have anybody taking a picture of that with their Android phone or whatever it kind of beggars belief, you know? Yeah. And a dinosaur that was not avian in every sense of its evolution, but was more so reptilian in every sense of its evolution would be quite the find. Very unlikely. I agree, Cosmos. I agree. Very unlikely. Yeah. And snakes are not dinosaurs, Finders Keeper. Let's talk about for a minute what dinosaurs are. Because we're going to be talking about how birds are dinosaurs. So let's get into that. So, what is a dinosaur and what isn't? I'm sure all of you are wondering this with bated breath. Oh, a lot of you know already. This is what we call a phylogeny, an evolutionary family tree. And I love the artistry of this one. It's really beautiful. Really nice. You can actually buy this as a poster from, I think it's 252mya.com. Dinosaurs begin right here, as this very helpfully lists, shows us. So everything that evolves from this creature is a dinosaur. It is part of the dinosaur club right here. And this includes critters like Triceratops, like Stegosaurus, Parasaurolophus, Ankylosaurus. You can trace their ancestry back to that ancestral dinosaur here. Likewise with birds. Birds link up with troodontids here, with dromaeosaurs there, with tyrannosaurs here, with theropods here, and then back to the ancestral dinosaur. Birds come off of this branch. You can trace their ancestry back to that node right there. Birds are living dinosaurs as we now understand them. But snakes are way over here. Snakes are a kind of legless lizard. So they are lizards, part of Squamata. So they're distantly related to dinosaurs, but they're not dinosaurs themselves. Likewise, crocodiles are not dinosaurs. They are archosaurs. These are archosaurs. Dinosaurs are a kind of archosaur. Oh, sorry, archosaurs. Archosaurs are here. Pterosaurs are a kind of archosaur. Dinosaurs are a kind of archosaur. Crocodiles are a kind of archosaur. But crocodiles aren't dinosaurs. Dinosaurs start right here. Does that make sense? I hope that makes sense. Yeah. And Ominous Tourist says, this is a beautiful poster, isn't it? Yeah, I think it is. Here. Dinosaur phylogeny poster. There's the poster right there. You can... Oh, that's theropod dinosaurs. Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize they had multiple ones like that. What is a dinosaur poster? There it is right there. If you want to buy this and put it up on your wall, that's a link. I'm not affiliated with them. I just think they do really good work. It's good stuff. Yeah. And they got mugs too. Yeah, Emule. Yes, indeed. Yeah. Probably get one and frame it. It's beautiful stuff, Finder Keeper. Yeah. So yeah. Yeah. I like this a lot. So snakes, they're not dinosaurs. They're related to dinosaurs distantly, but they're definitely not dinosaurs. Does that make sense? Yeah. And trees help so much with understanding the differences. I hope so, Finder Keeper. Yeah. Yeah. But our congressional... I don't know what you mean, Cosmos. What? Yeah. Anyway. Let's get back to this. Talking about how birds are dinosaurs. This wasn't super well accepted in the early 1990s. But, well, you'll see. Check it out.
Left unturned as these fossil detectives struggled to crack the case of the flying dinosaur.
The case of the flying dinosaur.
Well, folks, that's how dinosaurs are. Unpredictable.
Hey
And thank you,
guys,
Kalak.
long time no watch. Hope you've all been great. Sorry I've been Mia.
It's totally fine to be MIA, Kalak. We're glad that you've turned up alive and well. You are, well, thank you, Kalak, for the 26 months of support. Welcome, welcome. I'm glad you've returned to us. Thank you for joining us again, Kalak. Yeah. Almost a year, says Axeman. Yes, indeed. 26 months. That's a long time. Almost a whole year. We are investigating the case of the flying dinosaur. Here we go.
Crack the case of the flying dinosaur.
Yeah. Good stuff.
Funding for NOVA is provided by Lockheed, a bold...
Oh boy, this is before they became Lockheed Martin. Shows you how old they are. How long ago this was. Holy moly. Yeah. Yeah. Don't get me started. Oh boy.
Johnson & Johnson family of companies.
Oh boy, yeah, them too.
Funding for NOVA
Real peaches,
is
both of
provided
them.
by the financial support of viewers like you.
And I hasten to add that, shoot, this broadcast, this very broadcast right now that's occurring, is only occurring because of viewers like you. So thank you, Twitch viewers and subscribers and contributors. Thank you. Generous grant by Halliburton, says Dorky on TV. Yeah. And the Scheinhart Wig Company. Yeah. Poisons Incorporated. We kill the vermin in your life. And etc. You know? Yeah. Yeah. Military industrial munitions and associated venoms. Etc. And there you go, Will62. Yeah. Yeah. Then one of them croaked, right?
Inside this room is one of the great treasures of Europe.
Ooh, chat, what do you think it is? One of the great treasures of Europe. Is it the Elgin Marbles? Is it the Crown Jewels? Is it the Holy Grail? A gold obelisk, says Dorky on TV. Drucifer says a sandwich. That is one of the greatest exports ever from Europe, is the concept of the sandwich. Noah's Ark, says Peter Steves. Sure, yeah. Euro Disney, says HTHB. Uh-huh, yep. The Shroud of Turin, Cosmos? Let's see. And it's you, Milicia Total de España. Claro que sí. The Elder Scroll. There we go. That's what I call Facebook, Real Sugar. Get it? The Elder Scrolls? Anyway. Yeah. Watch out for Nick Cage. There goes, says Admin. A Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch. Tea Time Cat.
Jealously guarded for 130 years, it It's rarely removed from its vault in the State Treasury Building.
Maltese Falcon. There you go, Matt. 33. Uh-oh.
It is among the strangest and most unlikely of the world's precious antiquities.
Uh-oh. Watch out. All these ghosts are going to fly out, and then your Nazis' faces are going to melt off. Actually, that's a good thing. Kolek. Wait, no, hang on. Not Lockheed. Oh, what is this? Not Lockheed. I'm intrigued. Supported on Ko-Fi? What is this? Thank you for the support. I appreciate you. I'm not going to blow up your spot, but thank you. Maybe it was Martin, says Will62? Wait, Martin, you mean Larry Martin? Or do you mean Martin Prince from The Simpsons? Who do you mean? Will62? I'm confused. Oh, of Lockheed Martin. Oh, okay, gotcha. I thought you meant either Larry Martin, whom we'll see later in this documentary, or Martin Prince. Yeah. Martin Prince.
Thirsting for a way to name the unnameable, to express the inexpressible.
Tell me more.
That doesn't really do Martin justice. Here we go.
Okay, piglets, start squealing. Where'd you get the lemons for this lemonade?
This is country time lemonade mix. There's never been anything close to a lemon in it. I swear.
Hey, nobody hassles my little brother.
Hey, and no one manhandles the bosom child of Nelson Muntz. Spring forth, burly protector, and save me!
Ah, jeez. I never hang out with him, normally.
Hark to the tale of Nelson and the boy he loved so dear. They remain the best of friends for years and years and years.
Anyway, sorry. Terminal Simpsons brain. I can't help it. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. Yeah. Was that the Martin from Lockheed Martin? I don't know. But what kind of wonders await in this vault here? What could this be?
Jealously guarded for 130 years, it's rarely removed from its vault in the State Treasury Building.
Not Aston Martin?
It is among the strangest.
I don't know, Charlie's Dragon.
Of the world's precious antiquities. Not jewels or art or ancient documents.
But I was gonna come up with a joke, and I don't have
something far more rare.
There we go. Something I happen to have here in my office, actually. I already showed you this stream, but here it is again. Happen to have some sticky fingers, and I managed to pilfer this from the museum in Berlin. So here it is right here. The real deal. Archaeopteryx. No, I'm kidding. This is my 3D print of this specimen. The Berlin specimen of Archaeopteryx here. Positively angelic fossil. You can tell it's real because you do the tooth test, you know? Arf. Yep. pure. Yeah. Something far rarer. Danny turns around and gets his copy. Yeah, Charlie's Dragon. You betcha. Yeah.
It is, in fact, a fossil.
There's the original.
Most valuable, enigmatic, and disputed fossil ever found.
Yeah. There you go, Mayor Space. Sorry,
If it
just
were for
disappoint.
sale, it would bring millions of dollars.
No, don't even say that. Priceless. It's worth more than all the money in the entire world.
But its scientific value is beyond computation.
There you go.
Because this is Exhibit A in one of the great mysteries of evolution.
Not a mystery anymore. But
The
yeah.
origin of birds.
There you go, Cosmos, yeah.
For the scientist whose goal is to reconstruct the history of life, birds have always been something of a puzzle. They are so unlike any other living animals.
It's true.
Who were their ancestors? And
was it whales? Probably not. Was it corals? Even less likely.
How did they learn to fly? Birds have scales on their legs.
Crocodile,
like
oh no,
reptiles.
charcoal.
And they
Was
lay
it
hard
man?
legs,
Turkey,
also
yeah.
like reptiles. These things betray a relationship. But how does one connect a sprawling, cold-blooded crocodile with a hot-blooded feathered flyer?
With medium-blooded ancestors.
That question has intrigued the historians of life for more than a century and inspired one of the longest-running detective stories in science.
True. Yeah, this is true. It's really cool that we have the answer nowadays. Tepid-blooded. There you go, Lenina.
The first clues were found long ago in the Sollenhofen limestone quarries of southern Germany. When polished, this stone shines like marble. It's been a prized building material ever since the Romans worked these quarries 2,000 years ago.
Holy cow, do you think the Romans found specimens of Archaeopteryx back then and marveled at them and then threw them away? I don't know. Huh. Yeah, probably, says Emily. Yeah. How many fossils got tossed back then? I know, right?
140 million years ago, when this region was a tropical lagoon behind a barrier reef.
Yep. And 140 million years ago is too recent. This is at least 145. Probably 150.
Over a period of 500,000 years, countless layers of marine sediment settled to the bottom of the lagoon, slowly hardening to stone.
Yep.
In the late 1700s, the invention of lithographic printing created a huge demand for limestone. Production stepped up to meet the demand, and unexpectedly opened a window on the history of life when the quarrymen began to find unusual images in the stone.
Look at that
Such
critter.
things had been seen before, though never understood. But in the late 1700s, scientists were just beginning to grasp the great antiquity of the Earth, and fossils were recognized as messages from the deep past. At the time, no one realized just how deep the past was. That these were pictures of life, 140 million years old.
Yeah. And was that a turtle? Wait, did I miss the turtle? Yeah, that's a turtle right there. You betcha, attractive cactus. Yeah. Beautiful stuff. Turtle, shrimp, dragonfly.
That ancient lagoon had been a perfect fossil.
And isn't this amazing stuff? It's really incredible, Phoenix Firestar. And the thing is, it's not just in places like Bavaria in Germany that you find this. Like, these are from Bavaria. But I have right here a fossil fish from about 50 million years ago from Wyoming. This is the real deal. This is an actual fossil fish right here. Pretty incredible, right? Just gorgeous right here. I mean, take a look at that. This is genus Diplomystus. And if you go to the Green River region of Wyoming, you can find fossils like this for sale all over the place because there are just thousands upon thousands upon thousands of them. Many of which are just as beautiful as this. And yeah, that's limestone there, attractive cactus. Yeah. And that's a really high quality fossil. These are actually really common, Kalek. That's why I have this here in my office. Most fossils are... Well, most of the fossils that we talk about on this channel are really rare and scientifically important, and as such, where do they belong?
That belongs in a museum.
This is a really, really common fossil. You will find all kinds of fossils like this from the Green River Formation in Wyoming. They are everywhere. So many fossil fish hanging around. Absolutely, Dr. Irrefutable. It is nuts. So, you can go there, and you can actually dig up fossil fish like this. There's a ray, there's... Yeah, a fossil ray right there. Other bits of fossil fishes there. They're often not, like, perfect. Sometimes they're cracked in half and stuff. But, yeah. Yeah, shoot, there's a beautiful one right there. And these, you find them in rock shops all around the world. They are very, very common. Look at that beautiful, beautiful ray right there. Gorgeous. Like a stingray. Yeah. Very, very nice. Isn't that cool? So, this area in Bavaria is much the same, except it's a lot older. It's from the Jurassic period. So, here, let me show you. On our time chart here. So here's the history of life on Earth. This is us today at the very, very top up here. The Green River fossils are from the Eocene period. So they're for about 40 to maybe 50 million years old at the oldest, from the Eocene. We go back to the Cretaceous and then the Jurassic. Way back here, about 150 million years ago, are fossils of, like, Archaeopteryx from these horizons here. A lot older.
Making environment. The ultrafine sediment captured victims quickly and recorded them in extraordinary detail.
Oh, yeah. And Dorky on TV says, are fossils usually oriented flat? Like they die and fall on the ground, and can they shift? So, for kind of smallish animals like this, they tend to be squashed flat. And if they're preserved in a limestone like this, they tend to be squashed flat. If they're preserved in mudstone or sandstone or something like that, and if they're larger bones, then they can be preserved more 3D. We have this for a lot of dinosaurs. But these guys, you know, by the nature of the sediment, they tend to be squashed flat like this. Yeah.
One day in 1783, a fossil turned up that was like nothing ever seen on Earth
Pterosaur.
before.
Yeah.
It was the size of a small bird, but it seemed to defy placement in any animal group then known.
Not a bird, it's a pterosaur. Here, I'll be right back. I gotta go to the bathroom
The
again.
renowned French anatomist finally made the correct identification some 20 years later. The skull, claws, and other features were those of a reptile, he said. But the strangely elongated fourth finger must have supported a wing. He named it pterodactyl, wing finger in Latin. Soon another fossil from the quarry proved him right. A beautifully preserved pterosaur wing with the impression of a membrane. A flying reptile was an idea so bizarre, it was hard to believe that such a thing had ever existed. But the limestone quarries kept turning up new evidence of what became known as pterosaurs, winged lizards. Pterosaurs have long been cast as prehistoric villains. But their image is beginning to improve as we learn more about this astonishingly diverse and successful clan. Some were as small as sparrows, but others were the largest creatures that ever flew. This is the upper arm bone of a pterosaur called Quetzalcoatlus.
Ah, big critter.
It had a wingspan of at least 40 feet, the size of a twin-engine airplane.
Holy cow.
Pterosaurs appeared about the time of the first dinosaurs, and they...
Murph says, I want to know more about croc-pterosaur similarities. I mean, these are both archosauromorphs. They're both archosaurs, but there is a long distance separating crocodiles from pterosaurs, I'll tell you that.
Thrived for 160 million years through the Triassic, Jurassic, and Cretaceous periods of the Mesozoic.
Yep.
Then they disappeared, along with the dinosaurs, 65 million years ago.
Nowadays, that's so funny. Shoot. The narration says 65. The graphic says 64. And now, today, we recognize that it was actually 66 million years ago. Exactly, as Kolek said there, that these critters died out. So, what we're seeing is, like... We're seeing those dates get further and further refined just in this documentary. So when they created this graphic, it was thought to be 64 million years ago. But then with better dating methods, more precise methods of dating these rocks, they realized it was 65 million years ago. And you have that reflected in the narration here, 65 million years ago. And today, after about 2013, better dating methods have shown that it's actually 66 million years ago. So yeah, and what's a million here or there? Yeah, you know, what's a couple million years between friends, Finder Keeper? Yeah, don't worry about it. You know, your family here. And Delusionisme says, how do we know that they could actually fly? Ooh, we've got multiple lines of evidence of that for pterosaurs. I mean, shoot. For one thing, it's like their distribution. We find them all over the world in different places, and like they could only kind of gotten there by flying in some cases. But also, it's like, oh shoot, here, let me show you. Back when pterosaurs were first discovered, there was this idea that maybe they were aquatic animals. Can I find you an image of this? This is... Yeah, there's this idea here. It doesn't really illustrate that well. But anyway. Like, people trying to figure out what these animals were all about. And like, oh, maybe they swam. like this aquatic pterodactylus reconstruction. But nothing about their anatomy really makes sense for, like, being obligate swimmers. For one thing, they have incredibly thin, hollow bones. I mean, once again, we'll refer to this clip here. With Kevin Padian. Check this out.
First thing to know about pterosaur bones is that they have the thinnest bones of any vertebrates. This one's squashed completely flat as a pancake, and it's like it was just like it was run over by an 18-wheeler sometime in the Cretaceous there in the middle of the ocean, right? And it's a very this bone comes from the upper arm like this.
It's a humerus right
flat.
there.
The bone wall is so thin, it's about the same dimension as the wall of a dirter. A dirter is one of those things you get at the end of the paper towels, the cardboard thing in the middle, you go dir. And well, that's what this thing is like, except there's nothing in the middle of it.
Yep. So, we know that these animals were supremely well adapted for something. They've got these extraordinary skeletons. They're unlike that of any other creature that's ever lived. So what were they evolving toward? What were they adapted for? We know they have got extremely thin-walled bones, super, super hollow, very, very lightweight. But now they've got these enormous wing membranes that came off of their fourth finger. That's actually where the word pterodactyl comes from. Pterodactyl means wing finger. So you see their hand right here. That's their hand right there. One finger, two fingers, three fingers. This is their fourth finger right here. That's where that name pterodactyl comes from. It means wing finger, because their wing is an extension of this finger right here. Which is nuts, right? Isn't that cool? Yeah. So Delusion Ismay says maybe just flew for short distances. I mean, when you have an animal that is this well adapted for flight, saying it could only fly short distances kind of beggars belief. This is an animal that is supremely well evolved for flight. And the fact that we've got these critters going from the late Triassic all the way until the end of the Cretaceous, and they are the biggest things flying around. I don't know, to me, it's like, well, why would you only fly short distances if you're going to invest 100% everything into a flight like this, you know? I know we've got a lot of video game people here in the chat. Given that this is Twitch, picture it like this. You've got a character selection screen here. And you've got your different sliders, and it's like you're sliding for different attributes. If you're going to put everything into flight, like everything, you max that part out, you're not going to only fly short distances. That's what pterosaurs do. They were supremely well adapted for flight. Much better than birds when birds first evolved. You know, all the skill points. There you go. Rizidego. Dex build, says Kalek. I don't know what that means, but sure. Yeah. And do they find earlier evolution that shows the progression? That's a great question, Delusionar. We kind of do, to a certain extent. We've got this earlier group. And maybe I can find you a video that talks about this. Did PBS Eons... Did they ever do a video on this? How pterosaurs got their wings. Let's check this out.
One night, about 200...
I've never seen this before, but PBS Eons does really good videos. We'll see if this is any good. I'm not going to trust them on this. Let's see if it's any good from the perspective of a vertebrate paleontologist. Check it out.
One night, about 230 million years ago, a reptilian predator stalked the desert in what's now Scotland. The critter could probably fit in the palm of your hand, but it was a hunter nonetheless. It relied on its massive eyes to find prey in the darkness, like insects and small vertebrates. It's known today as Scleromochlus, and it was really
Scleromochlus
in the desert. Its long legs and feet carried it across the sand without sinking. And when it had eaten its fill, it curled up with some other members of its species to sleep the day away in the shadows of the dunes. Today, most fossils of Scleromochlus are found curled up together, suggesting they were buried by dune collapses. And entombed with these little bug hunters is an evolutionary key. Because even though it had no wings, Scleromochlus had some features that link it with another group of mysterious reptiles, the pterosaurs. Some scientists think that the relationship between pterosaurs and Scleromochlus is pivotal for understanding some of the greatest evolutionary mysteries about pterosaurs, like where they came from and how they developed the ability to fly. But when pterosaurs first took flight, you could say that it marked the beginning of the end for the winged reptiles. Because, strangely enough, the power of flight and the changes that it brought about may ultimately have led to their downfall.
I'm sorry, what? What? What is that? The power of flight and the changes that it brought about may have ultimately led to their downfall. I mean, extinction leads to your downfall, not your success. Whatever.
May ultimately have led to their downfall.
Yeah, Emily says, I don't know, I think an asteroid led to their downfall, lol. I mean, Emily, yes, I'd be inclined to agree with you. They were doing really, 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 really well until, you know, a giant space rock the size of San Francisco slammed into the earth in the Gulf of Mexico and changed the trajectory of life on Earth forever, you know? Yeah, well, if not being able to survive an asteroid impact, a globally devastating asteroid impact, Charlie's Dragon, yeah, is a fault in their evolution, then sure. Yeah, and Dr. Irrefutable says, so why did birds survive, but they went extinct? Well, birds mostly didn't. Birds also mostly went extinct. I want to make that point very, very clear. Birds also mostly went extinct when this happened. And I think a lot of people don't realize that. They think of it as like a black and white thing, where it's like, well, pterosaurs died and birds survived. Well, no. No, that's not how it happened, actually. Let me show you. So this is an image from an as yet unpublished scientific paper. But this shows you some of the creatures that were alive at the end of the Cretaceous, and then what percentage of them went extinct at the KPG boundary. So freshwater fishes, about 40% of them died out. 20% of crocodilians and champsosaurs, 22% of turtles, 22% of salamanders and their relatives, 92% of lizards and snakes, 90% of mammals died out. This is like at a species level, 90% of mammal species died out. 100% of the non-avian dinosaurs, and 94% of birds, aves, died out. Birds also almost went completely extinct at the end of the age of dinosaurs. Birds almost completely ate it. They almost completely got wrecked at the end of the age of dinosaurs. When that asteroid hit, birds, oh boy, they survived by the skin of their beaks, so to speak. Yeah. Thank goodness they didn't fully... I know, right? Where is DDD, right? Yeah, yeah. And Emily says, my boys, the turtles did pretty well. They did, yeah. Turtles, only like 22% of them died out. Yeah. And this is based on the fossils that we know from before the asteroid impact and the fossils from after. This paper is as yet unpublished. I'm really looking forward to when it finally does get published. We'll make a big deal out of that. I gotta talk to some of my friends about that to figure out when that'll happen. But, yeah. And Ominous Jort says the surviving species have just done really well since then, alongside mammals. Basically, Ominous Jort's, yeah. They got lucky. It's like, it's essentially luck. Because you see, in this pattern, the critters that go extinct or do really badly are the big dominant animals. To use the paradigm some of the people in chat have brought up, they're like the... it pains me to say this. But they're like... they're like the Chads in that ecosystem. Trying to make things digestible for a Twitch audience. They're the big dominant creatures in that ecosystem. You know? Like... Goodness. So if you're looking at the Hell Creek Formation... That's really goofy here. Yeah. In this environment, the great big organisms in this environment are dinosaurs. Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops, Ankylosaurus and Thesalosaurus and Montosaurus, etc. The big dominant creatures are the ones who get wiped out. When a giant asteroid the size of San Francisco slams into the atmosphere, it's really, really bad. It's really, really bad. I mean, holy cow.
After years of speculation.
Here, let me try and find you a clip here.
And they were probably broiled alive within an hour or so.
For dinosaurs further away, death may have been delayed, but not for long.
Spinosaurus is already extinct at this point. Ignore this part.
Soon.
There's Quetzalcoatlus, a pterosaur.
Smoke from fires filled the air.
When that asteroid hit, it was bad.
And there may have also been a lot of sulfur blown into the atmosphere because the impact site in the Yucatan Peninsula had a lot of sulfur in it. And all of those things were abundant enough to obliterate the sun.
Block it out. Like Mr. Burns.
Without light, anything dependent on photosynthesis, on land or in the sea, was vulnerable.
Yep.
As food chains collapsed, giant reptiles still alive died off.
All other critters
The
that
Mesozoic
required a lot of
era,
food died out.
The age of dinosaurs was over.
Yep. Yeah.
And there were other radical changes.
Yep.
In Kirk Johnson's Denver lab, you can see what happened to plant life.
Yeah, it's like more than half of plant species went extinct. That's nuts. I mean, crazy. It's like the plants, more than half of plant species died out at that time.
Diversity of pollen grains, stained here in red.
Yeah.
But above the boundary, this earlier diversity disappears.
Yep.
Reflecting the extinction of 60% of all plant species.
That's nuts. Imagine if a single event causes the extinction of 60%, more than half of all plant species. That's nuts. You know?
Fern spore. Where flowering plants once thrived, ferns took over first.
Yeah.
Fern spore. Unlike pollen, fern spores can germinate on a barren landscape.
Yeah.
Devoid of living plants.
We have a short period of time where there's only ferns, that's the fern spike, but after that there's about 1 million years of time where we have the low diversity disaster recovery flora, and after that first 1 million years then things start to pick back up again. We start to see animals coming back into the landscape.
in this new post-impact.
That, which is nuts to me, like, to hear that like, oh yeah, after about 1 million years, you know, then you have animals again. What? What are you talking about? There were no animals in the landscape for 1 million years after that asteroid impact, but they just don't really show up in the fossil record until 1 million years after that. That's kind of crazy. You know? That's pretty extraordinary. Yeah.
The recovery flora, and after that first 1 million years, then things start to pick back up again. We start to see animals coming back into the landscape.
Which is really, really nuts to think about. Like, it took 1 million years after that asteroid impact for animals to start showing up in the fossil record again near the impact site. Like, it must have been so bad. Like, basically like an enormous nuclear explosion that just killed everything out from that central point in the Gulf of Mexico for a long, long time after that. Nuts! I mean, Elises, imagine how quiet Earth was. It's crazy to think about. Really astonishing. Yeah. Murph says, what about coral? Well, corals really kind of took off after the KPG extinction. There is these things called rudists, Murph, that were the dominant reef-building organisms in the Cretaceous. And, yeah. Here, let's maybe look at this right here. Come on. Come on, YouTube. Why is YouTube breaking today? What's wrong with this service? What's killing YouTube? There we go. Yeah, rudist bivalves.
Buenos días a todos. Good morning, everybody. I'm presenting this morning on Site 37.
Yeah, good stuff.
And, you know, it was
yes.
Very nostalgic for me this morning when I was sort of thinking about this. 20-something years ago, I was in this river valley with Professor Simon Mitchell, collecting rudists and being fascinated by this section.
So rudists, for those of you who are not acquainted with them, they're these enormous bivalves. And before corals were the critters that primarily produced coral reefs, rudists were critters that created reefs. So today, corals, you know, they build up, generation after generation. They build these big reefs like that. It didn't used to be that way. During the Cretaceous period, rudists would do this. And today, they're extinct. They went extinct when that asteroid hit. They were completely wiped out. I don't think they survived at all after that. I think that was oh man, that was curtains for them right then. But those used to be the dominant reef-building organisms back then.
Who would have thought that this would be the outcome? So
Will62 says, they're rude bivalves. Big ups to the rudists.
When this opportunity came up, I asked him if I could put something together, and without a doubt, here we are. So thanks very much for sharing in this moment with me.
Very cool.
So it's the most and thickest limestone succession with abundant rudist bivalves within the Caribbean fauna province. And this is being presented along with my co-author and colleague, Professor Simon Mitchell, who is the rudist expert in Jamaica at the moment. So for those of us who are not sure where Jamaica is, we are in the central Caribbean, and the site on the study is in Clarendon Parish.
Such cool work.
In the center of Jamaica, and it's to the north in Clarendon. A very rural location.
I didn't realize that the researcher here is actually from Jamaica. Now I feel bad about doing a Jamaican accent and everything. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to make things entertaining for the viewers. I was not trying to... All the respect in the world to the people of Jamaica and their beautiful country and the incredible science that's being done here. Really cool stuff.
In this particular slide, I'm just going to point out to you, this is the central inlier, and the site under study is present in the central inlier. What we have here are the three main blocks or belts within Jamaica. This is the Blue Mountain block, this is the Clarendon block, and this is the Hanover block.
This is a good...
The deposits that we're talking about has an extension.
A good example, though, of like how paleontologists and geologists do our work.
And
so, like, this might not seem like the most thrilling stuff in the world, but this is how we build up these ideas. This is how we understand the history of life on Earth. You know, it's because of the foundational work done by people studying rudist reefs and stuff like that that we're able to determine, like, well, shoot, they all die out at this one line right here because of the asteroid.
Generally,
yeah,
Jamaica consists.
And their mayor space, I have seen this. Yes. What, Chet Hanks?
35 inliers. We're still counting.
Yeah.
Because we're still doing research. And the largest of these inliers is the central inlier. And it provides us with a snapshot of the evolution of Jamaica and how things actually work.
Very
this is
cool.
The second largest inlier. It runs second to the Blue and John Crow Mountain inlier. And if you just walk with me a little bit, you will see that within the island itself, our interior tends to contain most of our older rocks. And
this is really, really cool stuff. And so, here, let me give you a little bit of context here. Let's go back to Earth 66 million years ago when that asteroid struck. Here we go. This is what our planet Earth looked like back then. South America much closer to Africa. Europe was still like a series of islands in a small, like in a shallow tropical sea like this. Much of England was underwater at the time. North America over here, the Western Interior Seaway, which used to shoot up through the center of North America, through the U.S. and Canada, is now receded to this point. Florida is still underwater. This big ugly scar you see right here is the asteroid impact site. And Jamaica, along with the rest of the Caribbean, still underwater at the time. Totally underwater, submerged. That's why we have things like limestones in Jamaica at the time. This is formed in shallow tropical seas. There you go.
Surrounded by about 70% white limestone.
Florida going back to its roots. There you go, Emily. So, yeah.
Just to point out a little bit, this is the formation that my deposits are in. This is the Guinea corn formation. And you'll see that it sort of interfingers, but towards the... This
Good
is the
geological
shoreline,
word, interfingering.
Yeah. But towards the west, it thickens into the basin and continues into western Jamaica, as I tried to demonstrate on the map before. There are a series
Mongolia
of
is a country,
shales,
Jamaica is an island. You know, Ominous George, I appreciate you saying that. Mongolia is a country, Jamaica is an island. Danny, you're not alone. Ominous George is referring to me. Oh, goodness. Here.
Rampaging in an unsuspecting world.
Oh, well.
Creatures from the dawn of time. What havoc will they wreak? What lives will they destroy?
Well, let's see.
What panic and terror will they create?
Semi-Spry, thank you for the raid and welcome to Paleontologizing.
Have arrived to wreak some sweet havoc.
Holy cow, welcome to Paleontologizing. It is great to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Tawny Code Cat and Candy Dagger, Scooter 8511, and Oh It's Me K.
Do you think dinosaurs
Sugar in
are put
Space.
together correctly? The bones.
Skelemancer, Blue Pixel Art, Judgmental Owl,
Research on that,
Crystal
Oliver.
Zenata, Cabbage Boyo, Lab Grown Cat Girl, Empanadas y Piñatas. Bienvenidos a Paleontologizing. It is good to have you here, everybody. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Holy cow.
How
allow me to introduce you to the channel. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm
Jurassic Park. Digging up dinosaurs is hard, frustrating.
This is what I do. I dig up dinosaurs.
For years, so leave it to the professionals.
I'm a dinosaur paleontologist, and this is what I'm all about.
What's all this archaic anatomy in aid of?
Thank you, Blue Pixel Art, Crystal Zeneda, Empanadas in Piñatas, Lab-Grown Catgirl, and thank you, Murph, for those 10 gift subs. I really appreciate that. Holy cow. Look at this Tinamou bird. So excited about those 10 gift subs there to 10 lucky recipients. A little too excited. Uh-oh. Shoot!
Murph is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Murph. Holy moly.
A real mean kid. With 6-inch daggers for teeth, he was the terror of his neighborhood.
Thank you for being here. Holy moly, everybody. I'm a little bit blown away. I gotta say it, semi-spry. Is it semi-spry or is it semi-spree? Let me know how to pronounce that. But welcome to Paleontologizing. My name is Danny Anduza. I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. So I'm a fossil scientist. I study dinosaurs in particular. I dig up dinosaurs. I publish on them in the scientific literature, and I talk about them 5 days a week here on Twitch. And
Gifted a tier 1 sub to Semi-Spree.
Thank you, Murph. I really appreciate that. Semi-Spree, I appreciate you. Yeah. Semi-Spree says we were chatting about crocodilians and dinosaurs a bit today with the ADHD art brain, so I thought you'd be the perfect raid target. Semi-Spree, holy cow. You thought correctly. Welcome to Paleontologizing. We've been talking all about dinosaurs and crocodilians and birds. Birds are the last living members of the dinosaur group. We've been talking about them today in preparation for Thanksgiving, so you're in the right place. Dinosaurs and birds and crocodilians belong to this group that we call archosaurs. So we'll talk about that in a minute. But we've got a bunch of cool new people here. And yeah, holy cow. I think this might be the perfect opportunity for... Hang on. Goodness. It's previously recorded Danny is very excited to make an appearance here. Hold your horses. Goodness. It's all right. He's really excited. We're going to call forth our good friend previously recorded Danny, and he's going to tell us a little bit about who I am, what a paleontologist is doing here on Twitch, all that good stuff. So without further ado, patience, please. Goodness, he's eager today. We'll let him take center stage to introduce all the cool new folks to this channel and tell you what it's all about. So thank you again so much. I really, really appreciate that, Semi-Spry. Appreciate you. And your raiders here are much appreciated. Previously recorded Danny, why don't you tell all these cool new people what this whole thing is all about, huh?
Well, thanks, present day Danny. Well, if you're new here, then welcome to Paleontologizing. You might be wondering to yourself, where's the video games? Well, my name's Danny Anduza, and I'm a paleontologist. I don't really do too much in the way of video games, I guess. I work on dinosaurs. But how does a paleontologist end up on Twitch? Well, I'll tell you. It all started when I moved to Montana right out of high school. In my first week there, I started working in the Paleo Lab at Museum of the Rockies, which at the time was probably the greatest dinosaur museum on the planet. If you've ever seen any of the Jurassic Park movies, then you're more familiar with that institution, and with my old boss, than you may realize.
You consulted on that movie.
I did consult on all those
And they
movies.
said the guy, Alan Grant, was you.
Yes. Yeah, well, fortunately, he didn't get eaten.
It was in that program that Jack Horner built that I learned how to be a dinosaur paleontologist. I learned a lot of that from Jack Horner's last graduate student, this guy, Denver Fowler, who would go on to become curator of the Badlands Dinosaur Museum in North Dakota. Under Denver, I did nearly a decade's worth of fieldwork, digging at hundreds of sites in the Upper Cretaceous, excavating literally hundreds of dinosaurs. Here's just a few highlights. In 2012, I discovered the world's oldest specimen of Chasmosaurus, hopefully soon to be published as a new species. In 2017, we dug up a brand new ankylosaur.
Montana's news leader.
5 paleontologists are excavating what looks to likely be a new species of armored dinosaur.
So we found its head, we found parts of its armor and plates, and so it should be a new species.
I've also been lucky enough to help collect another very important specimen, the world's smallest and youngest Tyrannosaurus rex. And much like my fieldwork, my research is also centered on dinosaurs. Some of that deals with new genera and species, like this guy, Churarchuncus, a bizarre little theropod from the very end of the age of dinosaurs, who was just published in July of 2020. I've got a few studies in the works right now, some of them focusing on dinosaur biogeography, and some others on behavioral functional morphology, basically looking at bizarre features of dinosaur skeletal anatomy and trying to figure out why those features evolved. And one of my current projects involves Spinosaurs. But I can't really talk about that until it's closer to publication, so don't ask me about it yet. Anyway, let's get back to how I ended up on Twitch. A couple years ago, things were definitely on the decline in Montana, so I packed up and moved back to the West Coast. And I have been so much happier here. I've also realized that I have very little patience for the soul-deadening bureaucracy within academia. So for the time being anyway, I've moved my career in a different direction. And lucky for me, it happens to pay a lot better too. I kind of stumbled my way into a job in early childhood education. I get to make a real difference in kids' lives and help instill a love of nature and a burning curiosity for the world around them. Then coronavirus descended, and the school shut its doors. But I wasn't about to let a global pandemic stop me and my students. We just moved online. 1, 2, 3. I love digging in the dirt with just a pick and brush. Finding fossils is my aim, and so I'm never in a rush, because the treasures that I see are rare and ancient things, like Velociraptor's jumps or Archaeopteryx's wings, and all the kids who wanna see them lining up at our museum. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. I am a paleontologist. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. That's who I am, that's who I am, that's who I am. Having made the jump to teaching remotely, it was only a short leap from there to Twitch. I started streaming in May of 2020, and it's been tremendously rewarding. Now, it's my belief that any good scientist should also be a public servant. In my opinion, talking to everyday people about your science is one of the most important things a researcher can do. Twitch is kind of an ideal medium for that. This is my passion, and now I get to share it with you. And what could be cooler than that? It's my intention to continue this mission of education by answering your questions, providing good science content, and working to grow this channel. And if you could help out by continuing to watch, or if you can afford it by subscribing, I would be deeply grateful. So, for my regular viewers, thank you for sitting through that again. And for everybody who's new, welcome. We've got a fantastic little community going here, and we'd be really happy if you'd join us. Anyway, let's go ahead and wrap this up and get back into it. So, present day Danny,
back to you. Well, thank you very much, previously recorded Danny. And of course, thank you even more to our new friend, Semi Spree there. Really appreciate you, Semi Spree. Thank you for bringing your viewers here. And if anybody happens to have any questions at all about...
Simply astonishing. One of the most singular specimens I've encountered in all my distinguished career.
Infamous Bubbly.
Enough about my work. What did you want to show me, Lee?
And oh, it's me, Kay. Thank you for the follow, too, 4 minutes ago. I appreciate that. And you, Lab-Grown Cat Girl, and the other followers, thank you. If you happen to have any questions at all about dinosaurs, about natural history, about extinction, about evolution, about paleontology, about the history of life on Earth, don't hesitate to ask. That's what the stream is all about, you know? So I'm glad you're here. Yeah. We were talking about the extinction of the dinosaurs and like 75% of all of their life on Earth. And we were watching this excellent TED Talk. TED Talk? Not a TED Talk. Just a talk by a researcher from Jamaica about erudists. Yeah. Anyway, and Tawny Codecat says, good to see someone doing education on Twitch. That's what I'm all about, Tawny Codecat. Yes, indeed. In fact, at TwitchCon recently, I helped lead a panel of different scientist streamers, and that was a ton of fun. Here, let me find you a link to that, because we had that Science Streams Blint actually had that recorded. There we go. Here he goes. This is the absolute highlight of TwitchCon. Yeah. We're grateful for the opportunity of having presented on science at TwitchCon. And that... Here's the video here. Oh, yeah. Good stuff. I'll give you a link.
So powerful that it literally means I place you and kind of back and forth, which is fun. And yeah, essentially my streams are like space. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah. So here is us. There's... Who's this dingus right here? I don't know. Well, there's Belint from Science Streams. There's Melissa from Volcano Doc. She's a volcanologist. Belint is a systems and molecular biologist. We have Moo Hoodles, who is a science communicator. She talks a lot about astrobiology and stuff like that. We've got Nerduino, who's a former NASA scientist there. Yeah, we had a ton of fun presenting on this at TwitchCon. It was super, super cool, and check out the video there. I posted it there in the chat for you. So, yeah, anyway. My whole point here on Twitch, my raison d'etre... Sorry, there's a butchering of the French pronunciation. But my whole reason for being is to do science outreach, to give folks an opportunity to talk to a paleontologist, have a heart-to-heart here. You know, let's talk about these things. Ask your questions. Whatever you're curious about, let's talk about it. Most scientists today are overworked and underpaid and actively discouraged from talking to the general public. And this is, you know, this is what I do. So, thanks for being here, you know? Yeah. And is this... Oh, holy cow. It's live! Holy cow, chat! If any of you were wondering about my, my SVP talk, my Society of Vertebrate Paleontology talk, it is up on Twitch right now, on YouTube, excuse me. Yeah. Holy cow, I didn't realize it.
Thank you so much for...
And this is going to be slightly low quality because this was recorded via Zoom, and we all know how Zoom is.
This opportunity to speak, I've been very excited about this. for the past 2 years, I've actually made my living by doing paleontology outreach live streams. And I'm excited to share with you what I've learned during that time. And I'm...
This is my talk before the... Here, I'll give you a link real quick. Before the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. Here we go. Let's scoot back to the beginning. This is our like global group as vertebrate paleontologists. Paleontologists who study vertebrate animals, so creatures with backbones, capable of walking on land and doing things like running YouTube.com, which apparently they're not doing a very good job of this right now because it's being really, really slow and buggy. But here we go. You might recognize this guy.
Hello, I'm Sam Waterston, and I'm here to applaud the work of vertebrate paleontologists.
Yeah.
They reveal the evidence for environmental change, adaptation, and extinction.
Oh, yeah.
This is a rare opportunity to view the inside story of the extraordinary world of paleontologists, who they are, what they do, why what they do is important for science and society.
Oh, thank you.
Say what their work means for us. And now let's join the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology.
Let's do it. Yeah. SVP.
Hi, my name is Louis Jacobs, and I'm one of 2,300 vertebrate paleontologists from 54 countries that belong.
There's only 23. Are there literally only like 2,300 vertebrate paleontologists in the entire world? That's fewer than I would have thought. That's way fewer than I would have thought.
Belong to the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology.
Oh boy.
Because we study fossils, especially dinosaurs, we capture the imagination of children, and that makes vertebrate paleontology a gateway for all science. Here are some of the faces of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology today.
I'm Mike Novacek.
Oh yeah.
Jack Horner, ditch digger.
My old boss.
Anne Schulp van het Natuurhistorisch Museum Maastricht.
Bob Bakker.
Claudia Marcicano, na Universidade de Buenos Aires.
Eu sou Otávio Mateus, da Universidade Nova de Lisboa.
Jennifer Bertha Brink.
I'm Paul Sereno.
John A. Wilson. I'm 92 years old.
Tyler Leeson. I'm 24 years old.
Each year,
That was a while ago.
Paleontologists from all over the world gather at the annual meeting to share new knowledge and ideas.
And I couldn't go to the annual meeting this year because unfortunately it was the same exact weekend as TwitchCon. Out of all 52 weekends out of the year, it had to be the same one as TwitchCon. So anyway, I went to TwitchCon this year. But this year I was very fortunate in being able to speak in the virtual conference for SVP, which is a new thing that they're trying out, and it's pretty cool.
Honestly, a little bit nervous about this. I'm not used to giving prepared remarks like this. I'm used to speaking off the cuff, which is what I do every weekday.
That's what I'm doing right now.
See how this goes.
Yeah.
Let's jump into it. I want to make sure that I've got enough time for Q&A here. So, brief introduction here. By the end of this talk, my hope is that you'll have a clearer understanding.
It's got nothing to do with oil. I'm a
Tawny Codecat, thank you for the follow there. Welcome to Paleontologizing.
About what true science outreach is and what it isn't, and why that distinction is so important. You'll better understand how live streaming can be a highly effective means of science outreach. And
like we're doing right now.
How it's possible to broadcast fieldwork live to an audience over the internet.
Yeah, so if you want to watch the rest of this talk and give it a thumbs up and everything else, I'd appreciate it. That's on the SVP, the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology's YouTube page. Good stuff, and how am I not subscribed yet? There we go. Good stuff. So, shoot, they do not have very many videos yet. I'm one of 5 on the official on the official SVP YouTube page. Holy cow! Who's this dingus? I know, right, Murph? Who's this dingus right here? Yeah. Yeah. Anyway, good stuff. So there you go. Yeah. Anyway, go subscribe to the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology page if you're on YouTube. Unearthly 5, hello to you. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Anyway, before we had this remarkable raid earlier, from Semi Spree, we were... Well, shoot, we were talking about pterosaurs for a while. I guess we'll get back into our dinosaurs discussion tomorrow, maybe. Yeah. And Forrest White Cheddar, Forrest White Cheddar. Weren't you in some famous movies, Forrest White Cheddar? Rogue One and The Green Mile and stuff. Forrest White Cheddar says one of the top streamers for SVP and one of the top paleontologists on Twitch. There you go. I mean, arguably, I'm the top for both. Not one of, but the top for both. Forrest White Cheddar. But thank you. It's good to have you here. Yeah. We were talking about pterosaurs. I guess we'll get back into birds and we'll get it back into birds tomorrow. But let's continue with
To unravel the mystery of pterosaur origins, we have to start by figuring out what they're related to. And this is quite a puzzle because pterosaurs had very fragile bones. This made them light in the air, but it also meant that they didn't fossilize very well.
Oh yeah. Yeah. We've got new folks here. Maybe we'll play the fossilization video. Went to YouTube, subscribed to SVP, gave appropriate likes on Faith. You're good for it, Danny. We'll watch later. Golganek, thank you. I appreciate you, Golganek. For the future, feel free to retract your likes if it's not up to snuff. But thank you, Golganek. I appreciate you very, very much. Yeah. And titles well earned. Semi-spree, that means a lot to me. It does. Thank you. Here, we're talking about these critters, pterosaurs, which are not dinosaurs. Pterosaurs are, Here. Pterosaurs. They are not dinosaurs, but they are closely related to dinosaurs. They're like cousins to the dinosaurs. Pterodactyls, for those of you who are not in the know, are not dinosaurs. They're pterosaurs. So they're basically as close, they're very, very close to dinosaurs. Dinosaurs start right here on this evolutionary family tree, this phylogeny. Pterosaurs are right there. They're like just outside of Dinosauria. The bouncer is like, yeah, not quite. You're not a dinosaur, you know? You can hang out outside. That's actually a bad analogy. They're pterosaurs, they evolved from the ancestor, same ancestor that dinosaurs did, but they evolved in a different direction. So they're pterosaurs, not dinosaurs, you know? Yeah. So anyway. Yeah. Let's get to how pterosaurs got their wings.
And because they were highly specialized for flight, they lost some of the features that could tell us who they're related to. Most paleontologists consider pterosaurs to be a type of archosaur, a group that includes dinosaurs and crocodiles, among other things. And many experts also consider pterosaurs to be closer to dinosaurs than they are to crocodiles, part of a grouping called ornithodierans, or bird.
Yeah, Dinosaur Dave says, would you say, given the variety alive today, that their diversity back in the day, that archosaurs were stupid, tier, successful overall? Do you mean stupid like an emphatic term, like they were extraordinarily successful? Because they 1,000,000% were, Dinosaur Dave. Yes. Yeah. S tier, top tier. Yes, Dinosaur Dave. They were extraordinarily successful. They were dominant on land archosaurs from the beginning of the Triassic until the end of the Cretaceous. They dominated life on land, and well, they didn't dominate life in the seas too, but they dominated life in the air also. Other groups of reptiles dominated life in the sea. You know, plesiosaurs, mosasaurs, ichthyosaurs, etc. But yeah. Yeah.
But while pterosaurs are hard to place in relation to other animals, it's pretty easy to place them together as a group. All pterosaurs look like pterosaurs, with unusually large skulls, extra long fingers, and of course, fully developed wings. One of the oldest pterosaurs currently known is Eudimorphodon from the late Triassic of Europe. And it belongs to one of the two main groups of pterosaurs, a group called rhamphorhynchoids. These pterosaurs were generally on the smaller side and often had longer tails and had differentiated teeth. And they were distinct from the other group of pterosaurs, known as the pterodactyloids. Those pterosaurs typically had shorter tails.
And Pacha Pequeña, bienvenidos a Paleontologizing y gracias por seguirme. It is good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Thanks for that follow.
Longer wrist bones, big crests, and either simple teeth or no teeth at all. The pterodactyloids would go on to include the largest animal that ever flew, Quetzalcoatlus. But of course, the rhamphorhynchoids were also fully equipped.
And Quetzalcoatlus, you might think this looks exaggerated here. That's a huge animal. Huge, 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 huge. I mean, extraordinarily large. Like this big. Like, stupidly large. The S and S tier, super special large, or Japanese word for exemplary, shu large. Tawny Code Cat, yes. S tier large. Nuts! These animals got huge, huge, huge. Not a dinosaur, but they lived at the same time in the same place as the dinosaurs. And, Optibu.
What's all this archaic anatomy made of?
Thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Here, let me show you an example of how big these animals were. Here we go.
Myosaurs always ate their vegetables.
And thank you for the follow, Reika Nichan. Welcome to the channel. It's good to have you here. Thank you for joining us. Check this out from Prehistoric Planet. You've got one of everybody's favorite dinosaurs here, who's going to face off against a pair of Quetzalcoatlus. Not these guys. Those are little dromaeosaurids. And I gotta... Hang on a minute. I guess I have to pick a different video because this one has... Here we go. Actual closed captions.
Tyrannosaurus rex.
Yeah, T-Rex.
North America's top predator. With his
Eat this dead sauropod.
teeth, tearing through an alamosaur's tough skin is not a problem.
Yeah. It's a little bird-like dinosaur here. Little dromaeosaur. I think we're good, Golganek. I think we're good.
T-Rex might be able to bully troodontids, but
oh, troodontids. Sorry, not dromaeosaurs.
Soon attracts more formidable competition.
There we go, a pterosaur. Quetzalcoatlus, one of the biggest of the pterosaurs.
Quetzalcoatlus, a giant pterosaur.
Yeah.
One of the few creatures that will challenge an adult tyrannosaur.
Look at this giant pterosaur here.
one strike from its 6-foot-long beak could easily cost T-Rex an eye. Even so, it seems that he's not going to back down.
Oh boy, there's a second one. There's the second
arrival
one.
of a second Quetzalcoatlus changes the odds. After all, 2 beaks are deadlier than 1.
Well, how does this end? You'll have to watch Prehistoric Planet to find out. Or I'll give you a link to this video. But, anyway. Truly enormous creatures. Quetzalcoatlus, just astonishingly large animals. The biggest of the pterosaurs. This is to scale here. That's an adult human man right there compared to this critter. Amazing. So yeah, some of them got really, 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 really big. Again, not dinosaurs and not birds. Pterosaurs are not birds. Birds are dinosaurs. Pterosaurs are not dinosaurs. These are critters that evolved long before the birds did.
The largest animal that ever flew, Quetzalcoatlus. But of course, the Rhamphorhynchoids were also fully equipped for flying, with complete wings and membranes that ran the length of their legs. But for each group, the fossil record doesn't tell us much about where they came from. Which leads us to the next big mystery.
There you go, Rosand, yeah.
How did they develop the ability to fly in the first place? Well, pterosaurs probably didn't go from having no wings to having full wings in a single evolutionary leap. So when it comes to how pterosaurs got their wings, there are 3 general theories.
Yeah.
The theory suggests that the ancestors of pterosaurs lived.
And we were talking about this a little bit earlier. Maybe we'll continue this video later. It turns out I've been streaming for almost 5 hours at this point, and I didn't even realize it. I've got some things I got to do tonight, and shoot, I'd forgotten about it, but my car got broken into before today's stream, and I've got to see about getting that repaired and everything. Thank you everyone who contributed to to the channel and everything. That'll help me pay for getting that back window repaired. Yeah. But anyway, yeah, the back window on my Prius smashed in. They took my tool bag and my fire extinguisher and my tire pump and my other stuff. Like all the things that I have for like when I see somebody else on distress in the road and I stop to help them. It's like the thieves took that bag with all that stuff in it, which is intensely irritating. Because it's like, shoot, if I'd had a trunk full of rubies or diamonds or stuff like that, it's like, fair enough. But like, this is the stuff that I use for like, you know, if somebody else is in trouble, I try and help them out. So thank you to everybody who contributed earlier to help replace those things and help pay for the rear windshield replacement. So thank you. An attractive cactus, very funny attractive cactus. Yeah. Somebody just had a Ko-Fi donation. What was this? Well. Sorry about your car and Ko-Fi supporter. That's $10 and $15. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. I appreciate that very much. Thank you. That will help. It's going to be about at least $250 to get that windshield repaired, and that helps a lot. So thank you. And another one. Holy cow. Refresh the page. Catatoon, thank you for the back window. Thank you, Catatoon. I appreciate you. Appreciate you very, very much. Thank you, thank you. That is lovely. It really is. Thank you, Catatoon. Well, I can tell you tomorrow on stream, we're going to be talking more about birds and their evolution from dinosaurs. So tune in for that. Somebody type in the turkey command there too. Because Thanksgiving is coming up and we are really gearing up. Thank you, Lenina. Quick on the draw there. And holy moly, another Ko-Fi donation. Charlie's Dragon and Forest White Cheddar. Holy cow. Thank you. $25. Eat that. Thank you. Please know how much I appreciate that. That is extraordinary. So thank you so, so much. Thank you. Thank you for that. Thanksgiving is coming up here in the States, and we are gearing up for that with this discussion about how your turkey is literally a dinosaur. Feel free to download that image, print it out, give it to your friends and family or strangers on the bus or whatever. And just don't just take it from me, take it from any paleontologist, evolutionary biologist, ornithologist, bird scientist. Risu! Risu, you did not have to do this. What is this? Risu says no more parking in dark alleys. Thank you, Risu. Thank you. It happened today in broad daylight, but hopefully, less than a month from today, I will be regularly parking my car in a nice, safe, indoor garage where this sort of thing won't happen anymore. So thank you, Risu. I appreciate that. Yeah. And Sag, you want it? Yeah, somebody smashed the back window on my car and stole my tool bag that has the stuff that I use for, like, you know, my fire extinguisher and my tire air compressor and, like, my rain jacket and rain pants and all this other stuff that, like, in my, like, basically a bunch of other stuff that I use for helping out other folks when they have trouble on the road. So the darkest of full daylights. Yeah, there you go, Risa Degu. Anyway, so it's going to be about $250 to replace the, or more, to replace the back windshield. I got a quote on it. They said $250. It'll probably be more. You know how these things go. And then, like, maybe double that for, or that again for replacing all the items that were stolen. Why is someone stealing this? It was a smash and grab, Wamla. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, never travel without a kit. Exactly, I try not to, Risa Degu. I always have an emergency kit with me. Road flares, flashers, fire extinguisher, you know, like a tire inflation air compressor that runs off of the cigarette lighter in the car. You know, a jack and you know, the, like, ratchet set thing for the wheels, all that. And holy cow, what was this? Did we just get another one? A leaf with legs. Thank you for car. I appreciate you, leaf with legs. I appreciate you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. I really appreciate that. That helps. It does. And Roseanne says, for another day. Australian non-avian theropod, geologically oldest megaraptorid frontal element worldwide. Roseanne, we could talk about that tomorrow. Very nice. Thank you, Roseanne. Lovely deep dive request there. And Saggy Iguana says, I was a leaf with wings. I should have updated my Ko-Fi account. Thank you, Saggy Iguana, for that. Thank you, thank you. That means a lot to me. It really does. And let's end with a smile. It's only 30 seconds. Dinosaur Dave, thank you. Smart. I appreciate that. Before we wrap up today, we've got this here. Rare video shows endangered southern cassowary emerging from ocean swim in far north Queensland. Oh man, this is lovely. We've talked about this before, how dinosaurs like Tyrannosaurus probably would have been very strong swimmers, because the animals that we have today that are closest to them in terms of their anatomy and phylogeny are these big flightless birds like this. Check it out. There is a cassowary that swam from one island to another, apparently. Check this out. Very strong swimmers. Oh, that makes me happy. Very cool. Row, row, row your bird. There you go. Yeah. Yeah, you know, yeah, look at me. I'm just a big flightless bird. Just emerging from the ocean depths. Walking up on the beach. Don't worry about it. Oh, that makes me smile. Thank you, Dinosaur Dave. And with that, we're going to go ahead and wrap up today's stream. There's an Archaeopteryx to run our credits over. And we're going to go right into somebody else doing some science here. Who else is live on Twitch doing some science right now? Let's find out. Let's see here. Holy cow, Ios is on right now. And she's... I very rarely have a chance to raid into Ios. And she's playing something called... What is this? I'm not a video game person. Metroid. Well, let's go see what she's up to. Well. Everybody, thank you so much for a wonderful stream today. I hope you had a good time. Hope you learned something. I know I did. Thank you for raising my spirits and helping pay for the rear window repair. I really appreciate that. Thank you, everyone. It really does mean a lot to me. Fall Machine says, thanks, Danny. Enjoyed it again. I appreciate that. Thank you. From the raiders to the moderators, different kind of raider, to our subscribers and gifters and cheerers and viewers and question askers and lurkers and everybody else, thank you for making today's stream a fun one. I hope you got something out of this. We're gonna go right into another member of my stream team. She is called Ios. She's part of the Three's a Crowd stream team. She plays video games, which I know Twitch is all about science. But some people, a rare few people, actually play video games on Twitch, and Ios is one of those people. Let's go right into her now. I'll see you there, everybody, as she plays something called Metroid. Never heard of it, but I'll see you there. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.